Ladies and gentlemen, we're thrilled to have you at the ET Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. We will be beginning the proceedings shortly. Request you to take your designated seats and to switch your phones to the silent mode. Please stay cognizant of the cameras. This is a televised event. Thank you. The realty sector is the building block of the Indian economy, the foundational stone of Bharat's progress. It constructs the framework of the nation's development. As cyclical tailwinds pick up momentum, investors and developers are bracing for a new real estate upturn. Fresh cycles, newer opportunities, bigger potential. Technology has transformed the real estate landscape, driving efficiency, transparency, and a smarter customer journey. Whether you're investing, developing, or buying, etnow.in is your one-stop destination. From emerging hotspots to market intelligence, etnow.in delivers a powerful contextual platform to put research edge where it matters, in front of decision makers shaping the future of real estate. With over 27 million monthly unique users on ETNow's website, a 260% surge in video views, 241% growth in reach, and 250%. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're thrilled to have you at the etnow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. We will be beginning the proceedings shortly. Request you to take your designated seats and to switch your phones to the silent mode. Please stay cognizant of the cameras. This is a televised event. Thank you. The realty sector is the building block of the Indian economy, the foundational stone of Bharat's progress. It constructs the framework of the nation's development. As cyclical tailwinds pick up momentum, investors and developers are bracing for a new real estate upturn. Fresh cycles, newer opportunities, bigger potential. Technology has transformed the real estate landscape, driving efficiency, transparency, and a smarter customer journey. Whether you're investing, developing, or buying, etnow.in is your one-stop destination. From emerging hotspots to market intelligence, etnow.in delivers a powerful contextual platform to put research edge where it matters, in front of decision makers shaping the future of real estate. With over 27 million monthly unique users on ETNow's website, a 260% surge in video views, 241% growth in reach, and 250% growth in impressions on YouTube in financial year 24 to 25. etnow.in is where business meets market intelligence.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host for the evening, special correspondent, Times Network, Pooja Jain.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the etnow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025, where vision meets value and the skyline of tomorrow begins to take shape today. In a sector quite literally that is building the future, today we bring together trailblazers such as yourselves, the developers, the decision makers, and the disruptors to reflect, to recognize, and to reimagine the real estate landscape as we know it. With the theme, Shaping Tomorrow's Real Estate Landscape, we're here not just to celebrate excellence, but to ignite conversations that pave the way for smarter cities, sustainable growth, and bold innovation. So let's get started with purpose and with pride and with a shared commitment to shaping the future of Indian real estate. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge our partners in this effort, because this event would not have been possible without their support. So the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025 is powered by Onextel Communications Media. Our knowledge partner is Naredco. Our workspace partner is Office Banao. Our SMREIT partner is REPL. Our luxury gaming partner, Argmac, and our outdoor partner, Heights. But I especially want to thank all of you for being here. And before we proceed with the evening, I think it's only appropriate that we take a moment of silence to essentially put our thoughts and respect and our tribute to the tragic Air India plane crash that we just heard about in Ahmedabad hours ago. So if I can ask our audience to join us in that moment of silence as we pay a tribute and pay our respects, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for that. And to set the tone for this powerful gathering of industry leaders and visionaries, please now join me in welcoming on stage a very special guest. Please join me in welcoming the President and the Chief Operating Officer of Times Network, Rohit Chadda, to deliver the formal opening note for the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a round of applause for Rohit Chadda.
A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the second edition of the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards, a celebration of resilience, innovation, and excellence in India's ever-evolving real estate sector. We are truly delighted to have this remarkable gathering of industry pioneers, policymakers, and visionaries under one roof. People who are not just building infrastructure, but shaping the very future of India's urban and economic identity. Let's begin by acknowledging the incredible momentum we are witnessing in the Indian real estate sector. According to a recent report, the sector is projected to cross a phenomenal $4.8 trillion by 2047, contributing nearly 18% to India's projected $26 trillion GDP. Today, the sector accounts for 7% of our GDP, making this journey ahead nothing short of transformative. This momentum is not just in projections. It's already playing out. As per Grant Thornton Bharat, deal volumes in Q1 2025 soared by 133%, with 28 transactions totaling $1.2 billion. Private equity alone contributed to 88% of the deal value, reaffirming global confidence in the long-term strength of Indian real estate. The spotlight is firmly on income-generating, operationally resilient assets, and this is just the beginning. India's real estate is quite literally hot property. as we gather here today, we do so with a shared purpose: to recognize, celebrate, and learn from the best in the industry. It is only fitting that such a platform is graced by some of the most esteemed leaders from across sectors. We are deeply honored to welcome Dr. Jitendra Singh, Union Minister of State for the Ministry of Science and Technology and Earth Scientists, and Minister of State in the PMO. His insights will shed light on how innovation and technology are deeply intertwined with the future of real estate. Shri Tokan Sahu, Minister of State, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, who could not be with us physically today, but has shared his message virtually, reaffirming the government's unwavering focus on urban transformation. Let's listen to his message.
नमस्कार। ईटी नाउ द्वारा आयोजित इस कार्यक्रम में आप सभी अतिथिगण उपस्थित हैं। मैं आप सबका अभिनंदन करता हूं। सभी बहनों भाइयों का भी मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। मुझे व्यक्तिगत तौर पर उपस्थित होना था, परंतु मैं नहीं हो पाया, इसके लिए मुझे खेद है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का 11 वर्ष का जो कार्यकाल है, यह सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण के लिए समर्पित रहा है। माननीय मोदी जी ने सभी क्षेत्रों में विकास की नई गाथा को लिखे हैं। एक तरफ गरीब कल्याण के लिए अनेक योजनाएं संचालित किए जा रहे हैं, तो दूसरी तरफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के निर्माण में तेजी आई है। हमारी माताओं बहनों के लिए अनेक योजनाओं के माध्यम से उनके जीवन को संवारने का काम किया गया है, तो वहीं देश की सीमा सुरक्षित हुई है। हर क्षेत्र में मोदी जी की सरकार के द्वारा काम किया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कार्यकाल में स्वच्छ भारत मिशन योजना के अंतर्गत 12 करोड़ से भी ज्यादा शौचालय बनाया गया है। आज हमारी माताएं बहनें सम्मान के साथ जीवन यापन कर रही हैं। स्वच्छ भारत मिशन योजना के अंतर्गत हर घर नल से जल पहुंचाने का काम किया जा रहा है। स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन योजना के अंतर्गत शहर की जरूरतों के मुताबिक वहां निर्माण कार्य कराए जा रहे हैं। शहरों की गतिशीलता बनी रहे, इसके लिए प्रधानमंत्री ई बस सेवा और मेट्रो ट्रेन के माध्यम से शहर की गतिशीलता को बनाए रखने के लिए अनेक योजनाएं क्रियान्वित किए जा रहे हैं। इस तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा सभी क्षेत्रों में काम किया जा रहा है। हमारे देश की सीमा सुरक्षित हुई है। अभी पहलगाम में 22 अप्रैल की घटना जब घटी, तब हर नागरिक के मन में आक्रोश था कि इसका बदला लेनी चाहिए। हमारी बहनों के सामने उनका सिंदूर उजाड़ा गया था। तब माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर चला करके दुश्मनों के सिर को रौंदने का काम किया गया है। ये आज का भारत है, ये मोदी का भारत है, ये वर्तमान भारत है जो दुश्मनों को घर में घुस करके मारता है। आज इस देश में ये परिवर्तन आया है। मोदी जी का कार्यकाल स्वर्णिम अक्षरों में लिखा जाएगा। आप सब इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हैं। मैं आपका कोई दूसरा कार्यक्रम होगा तो जरूर उसमें मैं आने का प्रयास करूंगा। अभी नहीं आ पाया, इसके लिए मुझे क्षमा करेंगे। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Minister, for the message. This year's conclave is themed Shaping Tomorrow's Real Estate Landscape, and rightly so. The next few hours are packed with powerful discussions that touch upon what matters most: sustainability, design, financing, policy, innovation, and most importantly, timely delivery. Some of the most engaging conversations today will cover timely project delivery as a driver of sectoral trust and growth. REITs and InVITs, which are democratizing real estate investments and making the sector more inclusive, crafting urban icons, and exploration of how culture, architecture, and modernism come together to define our cities, and designing for a billion dreams. An ambitious yet necessary discussion on India's infrastructure roadmap. We are also fortunate to have some truly inspiring voices with us today. Mr. Tushar Mittal, founder and CEO of Office Banao, will speak on transforming the way we create and manage modern workspaces using technology. Anna Roy, Principal Economic Advisor and Program Director at Niti Aayog, will share valuable insights into India's urbanization trends and their long-term impact. Suzanne Khan will present her vision in creative to constructive Indian design identity, bringing together design, art, and innovation in a uniquely Indian context. And actor-entrepreneur Vivek Oberoi will share perspectives on the rising demand of premium housing fueled by aspiration, lifestyle shifts, and growing consumer confidence. Finally, the ET Now Realty Awards are more than a celebration. They're a symbol of excellence, credibility, and forward-thinking leadership. These awards honor the developers, architects, investors, and visionaries who are pushing boundaries, setting new standards, and delivering impact at scale. To every nominee and winner here today, your work is inspiring. You're building more than homes, offices, or landmarks. You are building hope and a new future for millions of Indians. As we step into an evening full of learning, networking, and recognition, I urge you all to make the most of this incredible platform, engage in meaningful conversations, explore new ideas, and walk away inspired to do more. Thank you once again for being here. Let's keep building together. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohit, for setting the tone for the evening. Clearly a power-packed agenda lies ahead, and we are so grateful that all of you could be a part of it this evening. So up next, we're going to dive right into a conversation that sits at the intersection of design, innovation, and digital transformation. So as the way that we work continues to evolve, of course, so must the spaces that we work in. So on that note, I'd like to ask that you please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Tushar Mittal, the founder and CEO of Office Banao, a name that has become synonymous with reimagining workspaces for the modern age. And to spearhead this conversation, if I could now also please invite on stage my colleague and senior news anchor with the Times Network, Miss Amita Vadva. So let's tune in, ladies and gentlemen, for what promises to be an exciting exchange on shaping the very future of workplaces as we know it.
Thank you, Pooja, for that. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Great to have you with us here. And of course, Tushar, thank you very much for joining in. Of course, the keynote and the opening, we are opening with you. And why it is important, because temperatures are rising, everyone knows that, but it seems that the real estate industry is also in a booming sector that we are looking at. Now, even as times change, technology also changes. So, Tushar, why don't you begin your opening comments with that?
So thank you very much for inviting us on this platform. So I think right now we are in a world where everything has changed in last 2 years. I would say everything has changed in last 2 years means like AI has really revolutionized our life. Generally, any technology which comes, maybe like, like crypto or maybe like, cloud chain or a lot of other technologies has come in past, but that impact was not seen too much on our life. But AI has changed completely, and I'll cover this point with you, that in real estate, how AI is changing the life and how we are utilizing AI, and specifically we are into office segment, and it's a considerably a brick and mortar business, which people say it is a design and build and, but how technology is shaping the future is like a new world we are living in, from design to construction to, monitoring. Everything is changed. And AI is really doing magical, innovation in our life, a kind of speed, the kind of, kind of efficiencies coming in systems is mind-blowing. So welcome to the new world of real estate enabled by AI.
Can you give us some examples, Tushar? Because you mentioned brick and mortar. There's been a resurgence that is also being witnessed. Do you see a shift when it comes to the omni-channel strategies that is being also witnessed?
Pardon?
Do you see a shift in the omni-channel strategies? Is that being witnessed as far as in the industry is concerned?
So I think everything is changing, guys. Like in my views, like I just few days back, I was sitting with my AI team, and then generally you all do procurements, and procurements is done, SAP or like, all these kind of softwares. When you combine your data and teach your AI and put the data on AI and you ask the questions, generally a 30 to 40 year experienced procurement specialist can't give you answers or can't give you strategy or data which AI can give you in one click. This is the change. You go to any site and you want to make a snag list. Again, you need an efficient engineer or somebody who understands the the defect kya hota hai, snag kya hota hai. But with AI, you just make a small video, make a photograph, and then you put it to AI, and AI will tell you the skirting is not right, the ceiling is tilted, the paint is not right. This is happening, and this is happening in real world. It is not happening in US, or it is not just heard and 5 years later we will see this. It is happening in Delhi, in our own city, and like a lot of people are using AI and changing their lives. So I'll just give you one example. Let's say in earlier days we are making an office. To make an office you need a layout. After the layout you need 3-4 3Ds, and then the budget, and then the BOQ and everything, so and so. And 2 years back, when AI was not that prominent, we started developing data structure model and solve as a technology. But technology was feeded by us, and then technology was giving quick answers. But today, whatever 2 years we have built or 3 years we have built, now I feel like a joke, because AI is giving you all those results in like fraction of seconds. So like imagine you put a layout, AutoCAD layout or PDF layout, and ask ChatGPT or maybe like some mid-journey or specific softwares, I need some concept, and concept should be industrial, double height, single height, or maybe like like rustic or whatever you give the prompts, and you get a very near to life photographs. And then you change, I need wood flooring, I need tile flooring, the AI will do it. So the world is moving too fast, I would say. And just I'll tell you, BOQ, you just ask like this is my BOQ, I need a BOM, AI will give you that. This is my contract, how much difference is from my original contract. You need not to have people to do the clerical job. You need somebody who knows strategy, who know what kind of work and output I want. You teach your AI and it is there. And I'm again telling you guys, please try this. It is happening, and you don't need any very smart or very strategic people. You can do it. And this is happening in real world.
So are we catching up on that? Just a click of a button away. So you say that answers are being given, but are there solutions as well in those answers?
So, I would say the AI is very different from other technologies in past we have seen, like cloud chain or maybe like crypto. It's not real life, conversation. The 1% of the world population, people were using these technologies, but AI is for everyone. You take a 1,500 rupees of subscription on ChatGPT, make one project, and you can do it. And it is happening in our own life. So it is like a Google movement, where you ask something and you come to know that what material is available at what cost and which place. That was a Google movement. And now it is an AI movement where you get even like, I'll just give you one example. So yesterday is a very, how many of you know the point wiring in an electrical BOQ? It's a very complicated how point wiring the wires has to be, calculated. Kitna wire lagega, kitna isme saman lagega. You go and ask ChatGPT, this is like point wiring, these many points, this is a description. How much square meter of wire is needed? It will give you, and it will be accurate. You give, any kind of a BOQ to AI, and it will calculate. I think 80 is like less. 90 to 92%, it is accurate quantity it is giving to you.
So do we say that artificial intelligence is now turning into architectural intelligence, coming in the way as far as Office Banao is concerned? Now that your thought, I know you have a lot to speak on that, but what really is the essence that we go ahead when we speak of Office Banao? Literally, it is about making workspaces easy.
So I think Office Banao started with some different thought. So I think few architects will be here, or few people those who understand this business very well. It is a very tedious job. There is like a lot of demand, but when you interact with a customer need layout, 3Ds, one 3D cost is like 10,000 rupees. So customer is not in India. nothing will be paid till the time you are satisfied, you have a satisfied customer. आपको जब तक डिजाइन पसंद नहीं आएगा आपको पैसा नहीं मिलेगा. Am I right? So as an architect, even if you have 15-20 architects in your office, you can do hardly 5-6 projects in a month, or total like 30-40 projects in a year. Okay, and in that case your customer acquisition cost is very high. But with the technology, what Office Banao has done, like let's say this room, I can show to any customer with 10,000 types in 10 minutes. Because data structure is there, and we have developed a technology that we can visualize something very fast without investing too much of money, and the customer can get variations. And customer can get variation with the cost, with the time, with everything. But now AI has changed the game completely. So whatever the work we have done in technology, nowadays it is like a magical movement for us. So the Office Banao is doing in the cities, not only the cities, you find very good companies, very good solutions. But like rest of the Bharat, like I would say like 25 other cities where aspirations are there, where money is there, people want good solution, people want good office. There has to be clarity, there has to be a top line solution, which technology make a data structure. We make a lot of solutions and we distribute those solutions by help of technology into different segments.
Does it cater to the demands of what is being asked for those ideas? As you said, it is more cost effective, time effective. How sustainable also it is? Does it cater to the demands?
No, so I think it is very sustainable, and that's how spread is happening. And India office market, I would say, it is a very fast growing market. A lot of GCCs and rest of the world is coming to India, and like a lot of offshore offices are open over here. It's a $50 billion market. And it is not even considered as an industry in India till now, but $50 billion market. It's so fragmented that 80% market is fragmented. Small people, small contractor, designer, they are working. So Office Banao is, aggregating this market. We are giving, not only knowledge, technology, process, and we are giving a full stack solution. We are not just like a find out option that, you go and you will find like, kaun office banata hai. No. You come to us, we will give you a consolidated full stack solution. Itna paisa, itna time, ye design. Okay? And it is all happening by time. So it is not we are replacing architect. We are creating more efficiency to architects. We are creating more efficiency to project managers. It is very, just one office or one maybe like sample apartment. You go there and then to do a quality check, you need a proper person who understands the business. But now AI is like helping you to make the decision that this is not right, this is right. This is the total quantity, this is the right BOQ, this is the right bill. So it's a magical movement for real estate.
Well, obviously, when it comes to the points that you have been putting out are pertinent, but when we speak of office spaces, now office spaces are varied. Office spaces are hybrid models. Office spaces are remote working office spaces as well. So how do you bridge the gap?
So I think different things. One, how to make office, that is a different thing. What kind of office you make? It's a hybrid culture is there. So then when COVID was there, we were discussing a lot, office rahega, nahi rahega, do we need office or not? I think I have not seen the demand of office ever in my life, which I have seen after the COVID. People want to go to office more, oftenly than anything else. And then office demand is like at the highest level right now. But what change in offices? The change in offices, like when earlier you have a 300 employees, you are making office for 300 people. But today you have a 300 employees and you are making office for 200, and then 100 is traveling, and then you are calculating somebody is working from work from home. The office main concept has changed. The technology has involved in each piece of office, from IoT to kind of the creation, or maybe like hot desk. Kind of these kind of solutions are coming. The office is not only right now only a place where you want to work. Office is more to do with the interaction. Office is more to do with a solution, collaboration. It is not just कि आप आए सुबह 9 बजे घुसे 10 बजे 5 बजे निकले आपको टक 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 लैपटॉप पे काम करने बात खत्म हो गई. This is not the only purpose of office. Yes, these kind of offices are also made, but office is more to do with collaboration, culture, innovation. It is like interaction. So then the fundamental of office has changed.
No, I see many, as the corporates are also concerned, they have in a way imbibed when it comes to such kind of a culture, which is actually a little forgiving when it comes to the people who have been working non-stop and in such tough environments. But when we speak of technology, you say it's the future. But with technology, does there come challenges with technology, and how do you overcome them?
So anything which solve your life, give you challenges also. If you see like, phone, we have, the phone has solved your life, but phone has given you a lot of addiction, a lot of, time you are wasting, a lot of diseases are coming. So technology has their own challenges. You need a lot of infrastructure, you need a lot of, safety, security, data security, cyber security, a lot of things are happening. Yes, technology is making you more prompt or like, challenging you to up to date, Using AI is not that easy. For AI, using AI, you should be very apt with the questions.
Smarter than AI.
Yeah, smarter than AI. You need to know what I'm asking. It is not that ChatGPT will just suddenly give you some answers, So fundamentally, technology is solving the problems, but creating some problems also. In offices, we are like using IoT, like, your social, like, the security cameras are there, your access controls are there, your sensors are there. But what is it getting less human? Yes, some part of less human is there. But I think in overall, I would say sense, the technology is really solving big problems, helping, creating sustainability, that is there.
So how do you see the future now? Because you're a multifaceted individual. You've seen it all. With your entrepreneurial ideas and your business workmanship, you've seen it all. In the last decade, how do you have seen that change? And in the coming decade, how do you predict?
So I started my journey in 2009 after finishing my DLF, 1.5 years. So to make one BOQ from drawings to 3Ds to one BOQ, 2-3 people, 7-8 days, and people are making hand sketch, going to AutoCAD, and today to like 25,000 square feet of layout, if you want to make a BOQ, it takes hardly 3-4 hours, not more than that. We have come so far. Making a 3D like 7-8 days time, now we can make in like 3 seconds or 3 minutes. And now I think it is lesser than that. Making office was like 6 months of job. Now we are making offices in like 2 months or 2 months of, 2.5 months or maybe like 3 months. So overall, it is not about only real estate, office or something. The world is changing in the way, the same way. देहरादून पहुंचने के लिए 8 घंटे लगते थे, आप 3 घंटे में पहुंच सकते हो. The life is changing in multifaceted and multi ways. As an entrepreneur, what I would say to the audience, like every 10 years or 5 years, something or other change, business change, thought process change. In real estate, I think I personally feel we are not sensible about that change. Real estate is still considered that यार ये तो brick मोटार है, ऐसे ही होगा, plaster होगा, digging होगी. But yes, digging होगी, plaster होगा, लेकिन उसको करने का तरीका, उसको सोचने का तरीका, उसको strategize करने का तरीका may be changed. It has already changed.
Adapting with the times, yes. Basically. So we're going to wrap up on that note, because this is clearly the message that has now gone across from Tushar as how one can create and manage and benefit using technology, in particular AI, especially when it comes to your workspaces. Thank you very much, Tushar. It's been a pleasure having you here with us. Thank you very much.
For a few moments longer, we thank you for being here, and we want to take the opportunity to present you with a token of our appreciation. To do just that, if I could call back on stage the President and CEO of Times Network, Rohit Chadda. Sir, if you could please do the honors in acknowledging Tushar Mittal of Office Banao. Sir, thank you so much for your contributions to the conversation. Thank you, gentlemen. An event like this comes together with power-packed leadership, thought leadership, and I think we heard just that. So let's now move forward. Moving ahead, I think it's time to address one of the most critical pillars of trust and growth in the Indian real estate sector, and that is the timely delivery of projects. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but in a market where timelines can make or break confidence, particularly on behalf of the buyer and the developer credibility, when you have a timely delivery, it ensures on-schedule completion. And it's not just a business metric, ladies and gentlemen. It's a commitment to excellence and to accountability. So to discuss some of these challenges that I've just highlighted, the opportunities, and of course the solutions as well around this vital theme, we have a distinguished panel joining us next. So I ask that you please have me welcome our Power Pack lineup, which includes Mr. Vishal Sharma, CSMO of Raymond Realty. Huge round of applause, please, for Vishal. If I could kindly please have Sir make his way towards stage. And joining him, Mr. Ankush Kaul, the President of Sales and Marketing and CRM with Central Park. Ms. Antara Chakrabarti, General Manager Marketing, Alpha Corp Development Limited. And steering this conversation is my colleague, Mr. Ashish Parikh, news anchor with the Times Network. So let's have it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have our Power Pack panel on stage for what promises to be an incredibly rich discussion. And with that, I'll have Ashish take it away. All right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Timely delivery is a pain point with many perspectives, and I think this next panel will offer us a 360-degree view of where they lie and what the solutions are.
Let's give a round of applause for our guests here on the panel. We're just pretending like we just met because we just had a conversation backstage.
Yes.
All right.
All right, and with that, Ashish, the floor is yours.
All right. Just a disclaimer here that Antara wanted me to throw out for everyone. Ankush and Vishal are not twins, so in case there's any confusion, we'll clarify it. But namaste, everyone. This is a very exciting opportunity for me as someone who's worked in this sector in the past as well to sit here and discuss an issue. We've had a conversation already throughout the day, throughout this evening. We'll talk about multiple things, covering a lot of key issues of the real estate sector, particularly when it comes to project delivery. Over the next 30 minutes, along with our panel of guests here, we'll be talking about some issues that will address the elephant in the room. And when I say that, it is an extremely important issue that I'm sure every one of you who's tried to buy a property has also encountered in the past. The issue is not just limited to home buyers or customers, it is also something that concerns developers. And that is exactly what we'll be talking about. The agenda for this discussion is going to be the timely delivery of project being crucial for the development of the real estate sector. We'll start with Vishal first because he's sitting closest to me and I think he would be able to answer better. Vishal, every time a project gets delayed, it not just tarnishes the image of the entire real estate sector, but also a lot of fingers are pointed. And every time a finger is pointed, more often than not, it is towards the developer. Now, what exactly do you think developers need to do, need to come up with the strategies to ensure that any of these delays are forecasted before, you have a way to oversee them, and also ensure that there is an industry-wide collaboration that also ensures that such issues do not tarnish the reputation of the entire sector?
Thank you, Ashish. See, first and foremost, I'm quite surprised that we are having a panel discussion on this topic, wherein delivery is, on-time delivery, a quality delivery is a right of every buyer. So it should be in the DNA of every developer, every player who is operating into real estate space, that if a buyer is buying into his brand, he's buying with a lot of trust, he's buying with a belief. Ki boss, if I've put my hard-earned money into this project, I'll get delivery on time, okay? So it is all about the developer mindset. When a developer mindset is of survival, then he'll always struggle to actually make the ends meet. But when the mindset is of growth, when it's a growth mindset, you'll always look at the opportunity, how quickly you can transform and reshape and churn out the project. Like I represent a brand called as Raymond Realty. Raymond Realty is an offshoot of Raymond, which is a 100-year-old brand. And we always say that, boss, we operate out of a manufacturing mindset. And what is a manufacturing mindset? Manufacturing mindset is, boss, we make kapda, right? From roti kapda, we progress to making makan. So the manufacturing mindset is, agar factory mein kapda rakha hai, so we have to take that cloth onto the machine, cut the finest piece of cloth, put it into the market, do the secondary, move on to the next season. So we always believe that, boss, you can't hold on to the inventory. And that's why, with a lot of pride, I can say that, boss, every third home sold in Thane and Bandra in the markets we operate is a Raymond home. And as far as the delivery is concerned, or the delay which you asked me, see, it is primarily because of two reasons. Either approvals, where a lot of time, actually, it's not in the hands of the developer to get the approvals on time. Actually, the decision and the responsibility lies with the government stakeholders, because they charge a very hefty premium, from the developers. They take a lot of money to issue certain, permissions and approvals. Now, if they are a party to it, it's their joint responsibility to see that they give approvals on time. So that is one. And the second is, cash. Any project worth its salt, if you don't have the financial means to deliver those projects on time, if you don't have your financial planning in place, if you don't have your cash flows management in place, you will ultimately struggle to actually deliver project on time. कि project तो बहुत पैसे से ही deliver होगा. And last not the least is the niyat. Niyat nobody can change, boss. If the developer has a niyat that, boss, I'm gonna launch this project, make some quick bucks, I'm gonna run away with this money, move on to the next project, boss, we have seen enough and more cases where people have struggled. And me also, once I had invested in a project in Delhi. I'll not take the name because now I'm a part of this industry. It doesn't look nice if I take the name. It's a big multinational brand. I had put my money, with that reputation that this brand is a global brand, one of the biggest in Dubai. And I got my apartment delivery 14 years after I booked that project. 14 years. Now, that is all about niyat, boss. They have the money, they have the approvals. They don't have the intent to deliver the project on time. And the last piece, which you asked me about the industry, yes, now we are actually in a shape and form that we can call this as an industry. Earlier, this was not industry. This was actually a bunch of developers who were trying to do their own individual businesses. After RERA has come in, after DeMon has happened, I think so the industry has formed. There is a regulation. There is a method to this madness now. And now we all are governed by certain principles and boundaries. And there are enough and more representative bodies, like at the national level, there is NAREDCO, CREDAI. At the regional levels, like I come from Maharashtra, there is MCHI. So we are part of, all these bodies. And as, fellow colleagues and developers, we should actually represent the real issues. The real issues are not only, licensing, approval, delivery on time, quality delivery, safeguarding buyers' money, but also we have to make sure that, boss, developers' interests also are taken care of. Because if government charges 35 to 40%, in terms of various premiums, and there is a cost involved in borrowing money from the banks for construction finance, the developer is actually hand to mouth if the market fluctuates. Because we are in a market where it is very tough to make money, boss. If you go wrong with certain seasons and you don't sell the inventory, the developer becomes very, very desperate. They cut the price, they sell cheap, and eventually they become bankrupt.
Absolutely. A very interesting point that you made there, the fact that developers do have certain issues. People usually think that a developer is trying to cut corners, they're trying to save money, and that is why the project is getting delayed. But interesting point you made there, that developers also have issues that primarily the government has to look at. And Ankush, that brings me to the other point. One of the things that you're talking about is brand. Now, India is known for something called as jugaad. When I was learning, I did my civil engineering. So when I was a civil engineer, we were taught a lot of jugaads by our professors. Is the real estate sector in India missing jugaad? If you foresee some sort of an issue coming up when it comes to project delivery. Is prefabrication, modular construction, something like that not an option, just to ensure that at least people who are waiting for project delivery, who put in their hard-earned money, they get the project on time?
Good point. Actually, I don't think we'll call prefab a jugaad. But by the way, that 14 years and Dubai thing was a giveaway. Yeah. I was tempted to say that. Coming back to prefab or modular systems which have been around, prefab basically is constituting the essential building components elsewhere and then kind of getting that on site, or making modules off site and then assembling inside. So this has been going on. But the point is, will adopting modern techniques or modern materials or new age cement with shorter curing times, or getting into robotics and prefab, like you said, is that the only answer, or is that the only thing that will ensure timely delivery? No, I don't think so. It has to be a combination of a lot of things, including financial discipline, which is very, very important. And I have, umpteen number of cases where, people have adopted these modern techniques, jugaads or whatever, and, still, because of the lack of financial discipline, have not been able to deliver. If I give you some data, as per one of the reports that I read, currently about more than 90% of the projects are delayed by 2 years or more in the infra industry, including real estate, and there is a cost overrun of about $50 billion. So you can imagine the kind of strain that is coming to the industry, that is coming to the buyer or the investor, and of course the organization. If I talk about Central Park, we've been we have a very traditional approach to construction. We do it in-house, and we are slowly migrating to the newer construction techniques and using materials. In fact, in some of our projects, we have implemented very sleek, phasing techniques, for example, segregating dry and wet construction phases, and achieved better timelines. So yes, there is a lot of merit in, innovation, in new techniques, but at the same time, what good is that if you're compromising quality? I mean, what I would like to say is that it's very important to balance.
Ankush, is that always directly proportional? The fact that someone is trying.
It depends on the excellence of execution, finally. So you cannot, at Central Park, just timely delivery is not the goal. It is very important. Which developer wants to take a cost overrun or a time overrun and bear more interest costs? So what I would say is, it's not the only goal, timely and speedy delivery, but for us, enduring quality, which is multi-generational. For us, we consider whenever we are selling a home to be, firstly, it's an emotional buy. Correct. It's an asset buy, and you're creating a multi-generational asset. So, if you're compromising on quality by a jugaad, I'm just coming back to that word. So, I think, that's not what we want. It has to be a great balance between innovation, yet, and you're working in an environment where jugaadbazi chalti hai, but not when you're creating these, timeless assets. So, it's important to kind of balance out the two.
So
be
balance.
Financially disciplined, and yet at the same time migrate to these newer techniques. Now look at China. I would just like to take an example of China, who have beautifully, or rather organically, got their tech right finally. So earlier, about a decade back, China was all about volumes and lower costs. But now, their products, their infra is not only quickly delivered, executed, but it boasts of global quality.
Absolutely.
So if you can replicate that migration or that, organic growth, then why not?
Absolutely. I think what you're trying to say is that if the jugaad or innovation benefits the buyers, then it's most welcome, but it does not always have to cut corners or compromise on the quality. And speaking of quality, we often, in India, one of the things with real estate sector is that consumers mostly depend on the legacy brand names, and that plays a very important factor. And Antara, that's where I want you to come in. Do you still feel consumers heavily prioritize the legacy names and brands? And what exactly do new real estate comers now do? Like, for example, you find it tough to compete with legacy brands, the scale at which that they're operating. So even though your product might be better. So what are the marketing strategies that you think real estate sector needs to look at to ensure that people now start looking beyond just legacy names and actually look at the quality that's on offer?
I think what matters is, because someone is making that kind of an investment, which is really high in terms of financially and emotionally, buyers have become very careful, educated, aware, agile about the kind of brand today they are investing in, right? If we go back a decade or two, there were developers who promised a lot, but overnight, they went bankrupt for whatever reason. The promises were huge. Anyways, money got stuck of the customers, and they waited for years. And finally, some got their deliveries, some didn't. So the customer wants to go definitely with a brand which is known for timely deliveries, who has their financial planning in place, and who has a very positive, reputation in the market. When you talk about marketing, you have to ensure today especially that throughout the customer journey life cycle, you are keeping the customer engaged, because that is what is going to help build your reputation. You have to keep updated. You have to keep the customer updated about what's going on, the deliveries, the timelines, even if there are delays. The communication has to be continuous, and that there are many ways to do it digitally. For sure, there is so much innovation that's happening. Constant communication can happen. Also, real estate as a sector is very aggressive, when it comes to marketing. So we make promises of ROIs, which are they look very good on paper, but they are impossible in the long term. So as a brand, we need to, being in real estate, we know who we are talking about, but like Alpha Corp, we steer clear of these promises if we are not able to deliver. We are very clear in what we give. We are of course 21 years into the industry, so we are known to deliver marquee projects across cities. And in times like today, we use walkthroughs, digital tours, and a lot of technology to have that continuous engagement and to keep that integrity that we promise. So yeah.
So you're basically saying technology is something that the industry can leverage even further to communicate better. But Vishal, speaking of technology, and I again want to come to the developer side of things now, do you think technology is being leveraged enough? Just the last speaker as well, speaking about AI, automation, and everything that's happening, all the wonderful stuff that's happening. Do you think the sector is using data-driven tools, AI, automation, all of these technologies to better their operational efficiency? Do you think that's also something that is lacking in the real estate sector in India?
See, any good developer, they have to change and adapt to the changing technology actually. And technology is as good as the user. You know, if you use it really wisely, it's gonna help you to achieve your goals in a much quicker and a better way. Like in terms of like, if you're asking me how to bring in more operational, efficiencies, like I can give you examples what we use at Raymond. We use cutting edge AI softwares and technical softwares. Like BIN is there, which is a project management system which gives you integrated system to track your project, whether it's online or not, gives you BOQs, drawings, and a lot of stakeholders can collaborate together, using that software. Engineers, architects, contractors, the suppliers, they all can use that and see that, boss, there are minimum wastages, the minimum amount of rework which needs to be done, the cost controls are in place. Then in terms of the real on-ground artificial intelligence, we are using which is something called as space technology, where the construction workers actually use helmets which are camera enabled, which captures the construction on a real-time basis, which can track and guide the project manager to actually give necessary instructions wherever he sees the gap or wherever he sees there's a process breakdown. And in terms of quality, we use DGQC. So there are enough and more software tools which we use, and like I said, artificial intelligence is as good as human intelligence. The person who is behind that artificial intelligence have to be real.
Absolutely. When I said technology and leveraging technology, I was just hoping Vishal doesn't talk about 3D printers, because 3D printers are the buzzword now. Not sure about the efficiency. But again, drifting away from that a little bit, talking about buyer confidence, because that's also a major concern these days. Ankush, I want to ask you, do you think the fact that, all right, we talk about how project delays and such issues are limited to certain buyers, certain developers, certain companies, it's not an industry-wide phenomenon, but when projects are delayed, when such issues crop up, it ruins the name of the entire sector. Every single developer has to face the brunt, given the fact that suddenly someone comes up and says that, well, it's a industry-wide thing. These people just cut corners, they take money, they don't give you projects on time. So how does the industry respond to something like this? Because again, you spoke about what you're doing at your firm, but again, how do you counter it?
So yeah, it's a sad fact that the industry is vilified in general. We carry a chip on our shoulder, and we are vilified, and it's like a given that developer hai to negative. There's a huge negative connotation, which is attached to the industry. But let me kind of build perspective over here. Like Vishal said, because of Demon, several years back, RERA, the apex bodies, with all that happening, the industry is kind of taking shape right now. It is. Buyers are, while they are more educated and more informed, they're a little more confident also. And that's why you see tremendous growth over the last few years. I mean, there has been exponential growth, and not only in terms of money being invested, but money being earned also, like the ROI angle. But as I said, the responsibility then finally comes back to the developer, to be able to respond positively. And if we are to become a $1 trillion industry by 2030 as per Naretco analysis, then I would say besides just land acquisition and designing cutting edge projects and products and ROI, I think I come back to the fact that intent and discipline are two key elements. And why I'm harping on financial discipline is because that's as important in in the industry as probably excellence in engineering is.
Absolutely. A quick follow-up question there. You spoke about RERA. You interact with a lot of customers. Do you think it has really boosted customer confidence, or do you think people still look at it
I'll tell you what,
as a flashy tag?
I don't think there is a too much of a direct impact that I don't know whether I should say this in this
You can,
forum,
you
but
can.
RERA is still, I mean, I'm talking about customer speak right now. It is still, it lacks the teeth right now to be able to impact discipline at the moment. There are
So you're
changes.
saying developers aren't scared of RERA?
No, it's not about a question of being scared, but we have a knack of creating leverage within the leverage. It's like that, coming back to that jugaad philosophy. I mean, I'm not being very topical about this, but it's just that it's there in the air. So intent is very important.
Right.
And if we have to ensure our inventory goes into the right hands, our payments are honored. See, right now, as far as, the financial planning and budgeting, I mean, what is the most important thing right now that the industry ails from is timely delivery, is what we're talking about. There is a big hangover in NCR, if I would say there's a big hangover of, projects not being completed till date. I mean, people still, running around for getting their money's worth. I mean, getting their principal back after being invested for 14 years. So, I mean, it's like living with the evil and you're kind of making friends with the evil. It's like that. That's the kind of relationship. But having said that, I see and I am very confident about, the changes and the
Absolutely.
consciousness that is built up. And I think we are in a safe zone as of now. I won't say we're completely out of the water and we're not going to...
So clearly there has to be a lot of work done to ensure that there is a lot of customer confidence. And we're running short of time here. And before we wrap, let me get in a quick word from Antara as well. Antara, we have a developer representative here, and in ways we also have a victim also here of delays. Now, we are talking about RERA, and yes, that has given a lot of boost to customer confidence. But has a similar effort been done for developers? And particularly, I'm asking you about bureaucratic delays and procedural regulatory delays as well. While RERA gives a lot of customers, a lot of confidence to the customers, is there something done by the government that gives confidence to the developers as well?
Okay, before I come to that, I would like to say that the government is really doing a good job on infrastructure, for sure. Last few years, whether we talk about Dwarka Expressway, the kind of funds that they have invested and all, they are really helping the growth corridors come up a big way, urbanization and all of that. Coming back to the question, yes, there are issues. For many, many years, we have been asking for a single window clearance. And that would make our, approval process so much easier because so much paperwork has to happen. And, when you talk about timely deliveries, as a customer, you only, stare at the developer that, he's in the wrong. But there is so much more that goes behind the scene and it is all interconnected. So yes, if, there is a single window clearance wherein all the paperwork comes together, or if there is a unified platform, or there are coordinators maybe set up by the government itself, and these guys, because they know the processes, they would know the roadblocks, and they can work hand in hand with the developer. I think we can get to project delivery much faster. And for example, in Philippines, you have this thing called anti-red tape authority. So they put timelines on every process. If we follow something like this in India, I think we are doing very well anyway, and we can certainly speed up things and take away this tag of being the evil guy over here.
Absolutely. We can speed up things as far as the construction is concerned, but the red tape, bureaucracy that you spoke about, I think that's a major issue that a lot of people sitting here will also agree with. It's been a pleasure speaking to you guys. We've had, like I said, developers and also a victim here of the bureaucratic delays and also every other issue with the real estate sector. And I think it's, again, the word from this discussion, from this, this talk that we've had is that not every delay is some developer cutting corners. Not every delay has to be blamed on the developer. There are a lot of organic delays, and also at the same time, the question arises, is the sector doing enough to counter these things? Are there enough mechanisms in place to ensure that any such organic delay also can be foresighted earlier? All right, it's been a pleasure speaking to you, Vishal Sharma, Antara Chakrabarti, and also Ankush Kaul. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you so much. And to our panelists, I ask that they please remain on stage with us for a moment. We'd like to take the opportunity to acknowledge them with a token of our appreciation. Thank you, Ashish, for spearheading the conversation. And to acknowledge our Power Pack panel, if I could please call on stage colleague Pooja Sethi, Managing Director with Times Network Digital. If I could please have Pooja Sethi on stage to do the honors. Thank you so much. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen, for Ankush, Antara, and Vishal. They've shared a rich range of insights from their personal as well as their professional journey alike. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you being here at the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. Lovely. Just a symbol of our gratitude from ETNow.in. Pooja, Ankush, Vishal, Antara, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, we'll have a quick group photo, please. And we'll now move on to what's next on the agenda. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm perhaps stating the obvious here, but urbanization is not just a demographic shift. It is a defining force that is shaping India's economic, social, and environmental trajectory. So to shed more light on the broader impact of India's rapid urban growth and the policies that are driving this sustainable development, we now move on to a special expert talk. It's an absolute honor and privilege to welcome Anna Roy, Principal Economic Advisor and Program Director of the Managing Urbanization Division at Niti Aayog, Government of India. With her extensive experience in public policy and economic planning, Ms. Roy brings a very nuanced perspective on how India can navigate this very complex challenge that lies ahead and unlock all of the immense opportunities that are the key to urban transformation. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you please join me in welcoming on stage to the podium right opposite Anna Roy. Anna, ma'am, we'll have you take that podium to the right. Thank you so much, ma'am. Anna, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity. I'll start with a few disclaimers. First of all, I'm not an urban expert. I'm also not a realty sector expert, so RERA, its impact, next steps, other real estate related issues, I may not be, I am not the best person to opine on that. But what I am is, in my past avatar, I have worked as a public-private partnership policymaker. I was involved in PPPs to start with. And during my entire career graph, I have seen infrastructure sector reforms, as well as how the policies have shaped over time. So I bring that knowledge, but today what I'm going to speak is on a new initiative which, besides driving urbanization, it is hope that it will also drive the real estate sector in a manner which is not ad hoc, which is not reactive, which is more sustainable, financeable, and long-term. This is the Growth Hub initiative which I will be presenting today. So I guess they don't have a, so I'll just speak from here. So this is the Growth Hub initiative which was launched by Niti Aayog in 2023. As you can see from this graph, you know, urban areas are very important. They are natural engines of growth, and we have cities which are larger than nation states. Also Indian cities, you know, greater Mumbai, Delhi, they do compare well with some of the smaller countries as shown in this chart. But where are we? Where is India in this global scenario? In India also we have seen a rapid growth in urbanization, and as per estimates, thank you. And as per estimates, this growth is expected to rise, and urban centers, which despite accounting for 3% land, actually contributes up to 65% of GDP. And by 2047, almost 50% of the population is expected to reside in urban areas. So obviously urbanization is very important, but how do you urbanize? How do you grow your cities? Do you grow, let them grow in organically, or do you plan for it? That is what I will be presenting. So while urbanization has grown in India, we also see a lot of problems, and sitting in Delhi, this is the best place to see the problems associated with urbanization in this country. We have urban sprawls, we have master plans. Many of the provisions are not implemented. They become very bureaucratic, red tape, and they focus more on the physical side. There is no economic vision to our urban planning. We have major institutional gaps. Delhi, as I said, is a typical example. And when you look at global cities, our cities do not feature in the top, even the top 100 global cities. And we talk about Viksit Bharat, making India a developed country by 2047 with a $30 trillion. A large portion of this will come from urban areas, but this cannot be achieved unless we shift the approach in managing urbanization. So this is all about planning. And this was the vision of CEO Niti Aayog, and he gave this task to me, that how do we plan long-term for urban growth with an economics perspective. So we are a think tank, we do a lot of research. We started by studying some of the best cases globally. We studied 12 city development plans. We studied 22 overall, project overall growth and development plans, where urbanization was a chapter in the report. And studying these 34 reports, what we focused on was to identify the strategies which were adopted, analyze the economic aspect in these plans, identify the levers which were targeted, and do a comparative analysis. So we have tried to, kind of cover it in one slide. And on the extreme left, you see the particulars, then the levers, and then it shows we have covered 11 cities in this slide. And it shows that in the individual city plans, what were the levers which they kind of stressed at. basis this examination, we came to 10 inferences which had to be covered in any urban plan, and 4 major areas which any urban plan should cover: policy, infrastructure, regulatory, and governance. We called it the Growth Hub Initiative, and what the Growth Hub Initiative in some proposes is 4 major mind shift changes, including a proactive rather than being reactive, where you see that, something is growing unplanned, then you expand the municipal boundaries, or you start planning for water, drainage, infrastructure, etc. Have a economic aspect to the whole thing while planning proactively. Don't only look at economic growth, but also look at quality of life, that is livability of these cities, as well as sustainability. And don't plan for cities as per their administrative boundaries, but look at a regional aspect. And lastly, propose institutional interventions, because if you plan for the future and keep using institutional mechanisms which were devised many decades back, then you do not really achieve the results. In order to develop process templates, 4 pilots were taken, and 2 of the reports have already been launched. One is Surat Economic Region, the other is MMR, and they are under implementation. So I have just tried to sum up some of the major recommendations, and on the left are for the Surat Economic Region, where we are proposing development of zones based on growth drivers, identification of growth driver. And on the right is for MMR. So very, very futuristic. What we have not included is projects to meet the latent demand, but to be very aspirational, and then include those projects which can really transform the cities as cities of future. So I will just briefly present what were our findings in the case of Surat Economic Region. So for the Surat Economic Region, by the way, the plan is there on the website. You can check out the plan. And we have proposed 54 projects, 4 development zones, and several policy unlocks. We studied 85 reports. We received more than 20 proposals, project proposals from stakeholders. We had more than 15 meetings with the government officials, and more than 50 meetings with the industry associations. We did a detailed SWOT for the region, and we also gave the aspiration of the region. Like in the, we had the benefit of looking at the, having the vision, the Viksit Gujarat vision document, and we compared it to the Viksit Gujarat targets of growth by 2047 and 2030, but the state government then told us, no, Surat has a much more potential, and if we are doing an economic plan, we need to kind of peg it at a higher level. So you see, the state actually aspires to make it a 1.3 to 1.5 trillion economy by 2047, and this is the what they are proposing to do sectorally. That's indicated on the right-hand side. We gave them a tagline, a pro-earth, pro-people, and inclusive growth approach, because talking simply about economics and mere projects or physical projects without the overall, sentiments, community involvement, inclusivity at various levels, then it's not a sustainable plan. We identified the endowments of the region. We also looked at the global and national trends. And then we identified the growth drivers. Now, this is very interesting in the sense that when we first went to the state government, we wanted to expand the manufacturing and push this region up on the value addition in apparel and jewelry. And they said, we don't want to expand it. Labor is high cost here. We cannot sustain more migration. Our system cannot withstand. So they instead moved to, in these two cases, both jewelry and apparel, which Surat is a center, they moved to a service economy. And then real estate we had not included. This was a growth driver which the state said we must work on real estate. And besides the city region development, they also identified a big track between the HSR, high-speed railway, and the expressway. And they said, this is greenfield, we want to develop this entire stretch. So when you see our report, you'll find many greenfield and brownfield projects in the real estate segment there, besides several others. Like in higher education, education hub has been proposed, and several other, in case of the apparel and jewelry, we have proposed a B2C and a B2B zones, one within Surat, one outside Surat. So these were all the estimated investment and estimated land required was indicated. These are some of the details. We also proposed an overarching institutional framework, and it is very heartening to see that the state government is already working on it. These were some of the projects. We also identified the locations for 31 of these projects. Not all locations you can identify at the beginning, but we were able to identify location for 31 projects. And these were the policy unlocks also, that unless you do, take action on these policy, it will be difficult to achieve the target set. And this is the institutional arrangement that we proposed, because we were talking about a region and not a city. In this region, there are 6 districts, including Surat. And for that, an overarching mechanism is involved, where all the entities are speaking to each other and they work in a cohesive manner. We also gave roles and responsibilities, as well as source of income for many of the entities. So this was a very brief presentation on what we are trying to do in preempting and planning for a rapid growth of urban areas, which will then throw up projects which will have an economic stream to make them viable, financially viable, and also sustainable. And with that, we hope that we will be able to kind of rapidly, already infrastructure has been growing at a rapid pace, but for urban infrastructure, we feel this initiative can really kind of give a big push in having new projects. The Urban Challenge Fund has been announced in the budget by Honorable Finance Minister this year, which says that 25% of the grant funds will come from state government, but the condition being that 50% of the project cost must be from the market. That is, the project must be self-sustaining, and this kind of a plan, economic plan, we feel will help us in getting these kind of projects, first on the drawing board and then off the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anna ma'am, for that rich, insightful presentation. And I ask that you please remain on stage with us for a moment longer, ma'am. We'd like to essentially present you with a token of our appreciation. If I could have Rohit Chadda back on stage to do just that. It's very heartening to hear everything that Niti Aayog is doing with respect to managing urbanization in this country, and it gives all of us in the room a lot of reason for hope. So with that, ma'am, thank you so much for being here. A small token of our gratitude. From etnow.in. Lovely. Thank you, Rohit, and thank you, Anna. So moving ahead, we turn our focus to one of the most promising financial innovations reshaping real estate investment, and that is REITs or REITs and InVITs. Now, these instruments are not only opening up real estate to retail investors, but also driving transparency, liquidity, and broader participation in the sector. So to explore how REITs and InVITs are making real estate more accessible and investor-friendly, we have a stellar panel up next. So I ask that you please join me in welcoming our guests on stage. First up, Mr. Anand Kumar, Chairman of Delhi RERA. Huge round of applause, please. And joining him, Mr. Abhijatya Kumar, Partner, Deloitte Touche Tomatsu India, LLP. And Mr. Pranay Kumar, Executive Director, REPL. If I could have all of our esteemed panelists on stage, please. And to moderate and to spearhead the conversation and take us through it, what promises to be a very insightful session, of course, is Mr. Prashant V. Singh, who's the editor at etnow.in and etnow.in Swadesh. So let's tune in, ladies and gentlemen, as they unpack the potential of REITs and InVITs in democratizing real estate investment across the country. It promises to be an insightful discussion with a lot of groundbreaking takeaways. So with that, Prashant, I ask that you take it over from here. The floor is yours. While we wait on our third panelist, let's go ahead and get started. And can we have mics on stage, please? A mic for our moderator. We can do that. Excellent. Take it away, Prashant. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Let's keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Our panel is now complete.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome once again to this grand and insightful evening of etnow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. Let's begin this with a big round of applause. So with this amazing panel, in the next 30-40 minutes, we'll be discussing REITs and InVITs. That stands for Real Estate Investment Trusts and Investment Infrastructure Trusts. And we'll be discussing how to make these affordable and accessible to the masses. Basically, how to make them accessible to the masses. So I want to start off this conversation by giving an example of mutual funds. We all are aware that REITs and InVITs are like mutual funds. You are not actually the owner of the property, but somehow you own it and you make money through it. So, but when it comes to, when you compare this with the mutual fund campaigns, we saw very extensive approach, very high, very heavy campaign of mutual funds. But when it comes to REITs, don't you think that needs a bigger push from every sector, government, and everything, so as to make it accessible to the masses, and how to go about it? Mr. Kumar?
Thank you. I totally agree with you that I'll call it not REIT, but the REIT and InVIT. These are the two vehicles which can catalyze the growth of real estate as well as the other industrial commercial sectors. Because both these vehicles, as you said, are like mutual funds where a person can own part of the equity, and both are regulated by SEBI. And here the small investors can also invest in the bigger projects. So there is a window for a smaller investor to be a part of a bigger project, which otherwise he or she cannot be. Now, though both these initiatives has been vogue for quite some time, but a common man does not understand this. And I'm very happy that today you have taken up this topic, because through the multiplier effect of ET Now, the message would reach the common man. How a person can be part of REIT or InVIT, what procedure has to be taken, what disclosures have to be made by the company, how it has to be addressed, what are the risks involved, what are the benefits in REIT vis-a-vis InVIT, because it is both are, though comparable, still they are not comparable. Both have got advantages and disadvantages. So there is a need to create awareness about both these initiatives among the public at large, and also must explain that what are the advantages, what are the disadvantages, and what are the risks.
No, I'd like to agree with Anand Kumar Saab. I think he's spot on with the entire construct. I think the key is demystification, right? You would have seen in the initial years, even the stock market per se, right? There were people, a very select few individuals within the country who were very focused on the stock market and the way the stock market would operate, and they were invested and so on. But over time, with a lot of information being available to the general masses, and then subsequently a lot of regulation coming in to protect the general investor, the participation in the stock markets has also exponentially increased, right? So if you would probably look at it 10 years ago versus today, you will find a 10x increase in the number of people who are actually invested, right? And the same goes for mutual funds. So the demystification aspect of how this is similar yet different, taking Sir's words, is a very, very important tool in making this available to the, to the general masses, like you and me, for example, right? Why would I go and invest in a REIT and not in a mutual fund? I have really no reason as a general population of the country to understand that. So if we were to bring it there, and to be very honest, the concept of REIT and InVIT is not rocket science, and it's not like it's been invented yesterday. The Western world has been using this for many, many years, right? And we are stabilizing the benefits of large-scale properties, of making sure that people are able to participate in the growth and gain of a large-scale property. So I think demystification, information, taking it out to the market and letting people understand this much better will really drive growth in the sector.
Okay. You mean to say it can also witness the growth like a stock market?
Of course it can, because see, we are all very aware that real estate is, probably one of the largest sectors and industries within the country today, right? I mean, look at it from the amount of investment that we are getting from overseas within the country, how the trajectory of real estate has been even after COVID, right? I mean, COVID was a game changer, but look at it today as to how inventory has increased, corporate real estate is out there, rental markets are booming, residential markets are booming. So is it really necessary for me as an individual to have a corpus of X amount of money to be a part of the growth journey? That's been the traditional know-how, right? That's what we think. We go buy, we sell, we rent, and so on and so forth. But is there an alternative vehicle? Yes, of course. We have the REITs, we have the InVITs, we have these alternative vehicles available to us. So it's more a question of information and allowing people to understand that, with a limited risk, with limited exposure, how can they be a part of this really stupendous growth journey?
Mr. Pranay Kumar.
Interesting point is there. When you compare mutual fund, you started the comparison of mutual fund. Mutual fund were launched in this country in 1988, and it took almost 20 years to reach around 7.2, 7.3 trillion rupees. It is the same size what REIT and InVIT are today. So 20 years they took to reach that number. Yes, it's okay. If we talk about REIT and InVIT, 2014 it was launched to start, but the first scheme came in 2019. But if we start from 2019 to now, what it has achieved is really phenomenal. While awareness is required, but the expectation, I know that when India is doing great and we talk about Viksit Bharat, we everywhere expect things will happen.
Right.
So other than that, it's really doing very well. Apart from it, awareness like this, the forum will definitely create that interest. mutual fund, it covers your different spectrum of economy. It is not limited to only real estate. REIT is limited to real estate. Naturally, size will be different always. When you talk about manufacturing, you talk about other areas, everything is included in mutual fund.
Do you think we need to reduce the ticket size?
Reduce?
Ticket size? I mean, the minimum amount to invest in one can invest.
No, minimum amount in REIT has already come to 10,000. That is not making much difference. SM REIT is more a special product, where it is 25 lakh because people can take, 10 lakh now, 25 to 10 lakh it has come. So where people can take investment in specific assets. So they are for a specific category of people. That is different. I don't think the size also is going to create that difference.
Okay.
Particularly the government has taken recently a decision, particularly at the time, mutual fund has been allowed by SEBI to invest in REIT. It is a eureka moment for REIT and InVIT. And you will find the difference coming. I was making a back of the envelope calculation. If you take pure equity fund, 25 lakh crore is that investment. 10% of it is 2.5 lakh crore. Another 2.5 lakh crore, 10%. If it just comes because of this regulatory change, think of it, 30% growth, 40%. If you talk about REIT only, it's hardly 1.86 lakh crore. So almost 100% growth may come overnight.
Yes.
That is the type of eureka moment which is coming. So apart from awareness, regulatory push, etc., will definitely help.
Okay. So you spoke about the stock market. You also spoke about the stock market. So assets under management of mutual funds has shown an exponential growth of 600% in 2015 May to now 2025 May. So despite being Viksit Bharat, Pragati projects, Gati Shakti, everything, when it comes to InVITs, people are not aware that we can invest even in power transmission lines. A layman can even invest in power transmission lines, roads, transports. So I want to start again with Mr. Kumar. What's your take on this? How to attract the masses?
Okay, let me first answer your question, whether the size of the REIT, the smaller REITs should be allowed or not. Today, when you talk about the REIT size, it's regulation by SEBI. Perfectly fine. But now we have to also see and act on a smaller mechanism, a mechanism of a smaller size, because if you see properties in Delhi, they run into crores. And the commercial space which people buy. And people cannot buy indivisible, unlockable space. There's always a risk. So can we think of a new model where the REIT thing is implemented at a smaller level? Maybe it can be regulated by RERA or some other organization, not SEBI, because otherwise it will be it will be cumbersome. But definitely there is a case where people should be allowed to invest in the larger property, and they should be assured of what they are getting.
Okay.
Number one. Second thing you talked about, that InVITs and an investment in infrastructure sector, whether it's the power lines or whether it's roads or other places. Yes, there are models of InVIT which have been successful. There has been cases of REIT which have been successful. But still, there is a majority of investors which are not aware of the successes of InVIT and REIT. So the successful models should be brought out. They should be told how the investors have benefited in it. Again, I'm talking about what kind of dividends they will get, whether they'll get dividend by way of the dividend as happens in the InVIT sector, or in the REIT sector where they will also get appreciation on the property besides whatever amount they get. And also that about the regulatory thing, that 90% of the things would be flow as dividend and rest of they can keep REIT, etc. So this finer points, the fine print, what we call, should be known to the investors. So, and then only, once the success stories are out, when people understand the fine print, I'm sure the investment would increase. And let me tell you the last word. These two models, these two vehicles would be catalyst in getting more investment in the real estate sector and also for the infrastructure in the future to come.
Abhijat, your turn, please.
See, look, I think, the average age of the Indian populace still remains very young. And I think youth allows you to take a certain amount of risk, right? As you get older, beards get whiter, you tend to be a little more risk averse, and that's I would say, an established methodology in investment management across life cycles, right? This country has an average age of 28, 29 years even today. So there is a huge population which is available who would be willing to take a slightly higher risk also, right? Now, when I look at the counter side, which is the population of people or other organizations who are looking for capital, you know that the infrastructure industry is starved for capital, right? And for that matter, even real estate for that matter, right? People want capital, they are willing to, get capital at a higher rate and, build their buildings because they really don't have an option. So like Sir was mentioning, there can be a catalytic effect when this capital is made available in platforms which are equity oriented like REITs and InVITs, which will not just impact the investor, but also the developer, the infrastructure organization at large. So imagine today that if we look at road building within the country, right now we're looking at NHIs, we're looking at all these models that are there in terms of, how these highways are being built, in terms of the PPP investments, in terms of the hybrid annuity models, HAMs as we call them, and so on and so forth. This could be an extremely pivotal moment where this capital is made available to all these large infrastructure organizations to invest in these HAM projects and take the road network in this country to a different level, right? So it's not only a question of what is the investor getting out of it, it is also the question of what is the, the organization which is actually floating this REIT getting out of it, and the country at large, right? So the risk levels obviously reduce. We have lesser risk in these things, and it's a win-win if I look at it from that perspective.
While the first one was on comparison mutual fund, the second one is while REIT and InVITs are there, how to push it, right? So there are three areas which comes to my mind. One is the product innovation. Second is promotion, something like this, or awareness. And third is the regulatory side. When you talk about product innovation, let's start with InVIT and then come to REIT. See, InVIT, where people went first? Road. Because road is built, it is being told, revenue is clear, and it's for 25 years already that contract is there. Another area in InVIT, where it started, telecom tower is there, tenancy is there, you make it for a long time, enter into a contract, then naturally you can go for creating InVIT. Third one, let's talk about that power. First, where it came, solar power plant, because you make the power plant which comes in faster time, and you enter into the power purchase agreement which is for 25 years. So you have got a clear visibility of revenue, you monetize it. That was on the product side. This is coming to coming to REIT. REIT also did that. The product which was not available to people because it was large. You would see a large hotel, but you can't own it. So they definitely democratized it. Another area, they worked a lot in terms of making that income distribution tax efficient. So the income doesn't come in one part, it comes in 4 parts. Dividend, return of capital, interest, and other income. And here it can be made so tax efficient that almost rather normal interest income, this is 70 to 80% more tax efficient. Comes regulatory side. Now, which SEBI allowed that mutual fund can invest in it. So is the case, there are other regulatory support which can come. Of course, one part you talked about, that investment size, 10,000 is there, maybe 10 lakhs can also be tweaked later on. See, the moment you make a difference from 10,000 to maybe 1 lakh, itself is a big difference. Nobody will go for it. So those innovation will keep on happening. What is it we are looking at it in market? There is a need. See, builder builds the asset, they become over leveraged. There is a need to reduce that leverage so that they can go and build another asset. Whereas the person who is owning, who saves in, the household saving only goes to this. Yes. And there is a tremendous potential which is available. After COVID is over, there was surge, and whatever you see today, the moment people realized that there is going to be future, so they came gung-ho. And as every year so many people are joining the work, almost 30-40% is going into saving. Naturally, it has to see the day. And another thing, if you look to mutual fund, whatever you have seen that jump, people first go to equity because that is more glamorous. It gives over 15% return. The moment you talk about REIT, it doesn't look that glamorous in the beginning because it gives 6 to 8, 9% return. But it adds along with it capital appreciation. Now, you see that who invests every 100% in equity? No one does it. Even a person, 100 minus your age is your investment pattern. Yeah. Suppose you are 30 years, 70% invest in equity, 30% has to get into debt. This 30% will go where? Which is more tax efficient. So it has to get into REIT. There is no other choice. So even if you see whatever has come to mutual fund, even if you invest in mutual fund, they will invest in REIT. This is my 100% what you call prediction, which is going to happen. So awareness will definitely help, but the market demand itself will pull it.
So taxation will 100% give the boost, right? Taxation will give the boost. So any challenges that you have witnessed so far while implementing these? I mean, so I spoke about the changing the model also. You spoke about about many aspects of it, like taxation. So have you ever thought about it? Any bottlenecks or any challenges that you have witnessed in case you want to change things which are already existing?
See, challenges when we think about that to promote REIT, InVIT in the market, there are 3 broader challenges. One is increasing cost of construction. Because what you build an asset today, tomorrow the cost is different. So if you buy an asset, the cost goes up next year. Second is the interest rate volatility. Because you are taking a fixed income thought process, you are going to, and tomorrow that interest rate falls, is your return going to fall? So that fear may come. And third is regulatory aspect. Mutual fund, initially there was an inhibition for people to come in. But when it demonstrated mutual fund sahi hai, work, people came gung-ho.
Yes.
So that Eureka moment has to come. Now coming to the first one, increasing price. InVIT faced this challenge. Solar plant, you know that per megawatt the cost was falling. So today you are investing in something. So in that interest income for 25 years of repurchase agreement was there. So that interest will come. But you know that no capital appreciation will come because the cost is going to fall. So naturally you realize that there is no other incentive. So it is pure interest which was working out there. But if you come there for road or others, this problem didn't come because construction cost went up. So people realize that my capital appreciation, something is happening. But the InVIT doesn't have that flavor yet because there is no market rate available but for the cost of construction itself. But when you come to real estate, it has tremendous potential. You know why? One side, when you make an investment, when you monetize it, operational assets are giving you almost double the money than what you have constructed for. If you look to REIT, the assets which have gone for monetization, the construction cost, the people who are there in the audience, they know. Say affordable construction, 2,000, 2,500 rupees. If we talk about commercial construction, 3,000, 3,500 rupees per square feet I'm talking about. If you add land cost, another 1,000, so 5,000 rupees, you add marketing, it comes to 7,000 rupees. When you monetize, it goes to 10,000, 12,000, 15,000, 20,000, depending upon the case. So you get a huge jump by monetization. and you invest that, you deleverage, invest and create more properties because margins are more. Once it becomes operational, then you make very, very minor returns. Whereas the person who you monetize, you earn. The one who monetizes, he gets that return because of this. So this product has got a very sound logic why it will survive the test. Innovation will come definitely, and the players will also do that effort. And forum like yours is definitely going to do it. So while you talk about the product innovation and, the cost increase, the other was interest rate. Interest rate has got another very big issue. Sorry.
Sir spoke about the model of fixed benefits, and to talk about more and more so that people should know that what benefits people have availed in the past so that others can also come and invest. So do you propose any FD-like model for REITs?
No. They are different products and they are not comparable. If you talk about mutual fund, there you depend on somebody else's performance. You are a strategist. Due to strategy, you'll make money. InVIT, you depend on the government. You depend on the concessions you are getting. You depend on the period on which you get. In the real estate, you know what you're getting, and you also know that your property would appreciate. Now, the rate of return on your investment can vary. Like in mutual fund, A mutual fund, B mutual fund, C mutual fund, they are here, they're comparable, but still they're not income. So people say, no, I will not invest in A because the strategy is bad, I will invest in B. So like this. So what I'm trying to say is that the investor has to make the final choice, what he wants, and different variables on the return what you get. So in somewhere you get dividends, somewhere you get return on appreciation, somewhere you get this. So this is one. Number two, there have been successful REITs, and it is quite possible that some REITs may fail. One success is not going to, say, assure the success of another one. But by and large, since land appreciates, property appreciates, rentals appreciate, there is a chance of better return getting onto that. Coming onto the taxes. Today, both on REIT and InVIT, income is the dividends are taxable. But if the government one day wants that more funds should flow to REIT or InVIT products, then they can declare concessions whatsoever they want. So it is for the government to decide that how they channelize investment in various sectors. And lastly, I would say that yes, it is the duty of vehicles like ET Now to tell public at large that what are different products and vehicles available for this investment, what are the risks they run in their investment, and what kind of benefits or appreciation they can get on that. And the last one is that, as I said about the smaller kind of REITs, that yes, the REIT regulated by CB, InVITs regulated by CB, they are all there. But we have to learn from these models, success of these models, and also try to invent new products, maybe on the similar lines, maybe differently regulated, so that investments at a smaller scale, on a smaller size, can also come in.
Abjad, your quick take on taxation.
So look, taxation is a reality in this country, right? We are not, the government needs money. Let's be very, very honest about that. Taxation is not going to go away tomorrow, and like sir was mentioning, it's a question of demand and supply. If we want that money to flow in, we want people to invest more in these infrastructure trusts and help in nation growth. And there is a cost-benefit analysis which is done by the government, and they come up with a policy, so be it. But even without any such benefit right now, let's look at the upside that an investor has, right? And I can not stress enough on the aspect of demystification, right? More people get to realize that these are stable instruments these are instruments which is going to provide them with the right return on the money that they have been providing, taxation is not really going to determine too much in terms of the amount of money which is coming in, right? Mutual funds are taxed. I mean, your gains, capital gains are there anyway, right? Is it hampering anything? I mean, you yourself said that you've seen a 600% increase. So it's very possible here as well. Tax is not going to be a game changer in terms of, you know, at least in my humble opinion, it's not going to be a game changer.
So I think amazing insights by all the esteemed panelists. We can go on and on, but the time is finite. We are running out of time. Thank you so much to all the panelists, and thank you so much, audience, for all your support. Thank you so much.
To our panelists, a huge round of applause for all four of these gentlemen. Thank you, Prashant, for navigating the conversation. If I could please have Rohit Chadda back on stage to acknowledge all of our panelists with a token of our appreciation from etnow.in. Pranay, Abhijatya, Anand, thank you so much for being here, gentlemen. A quick photo op to capture the moment here at the etnow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. This is a symbol of our gratitude. We thank you for being here, for raising the profile of the event, and for the thought leadership that you offer that's transforming the real estate landscape on a daily basis. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and thank you, Rohit, and thank you, Prashant. I want to thank you so much. I'd like to re-acknowledge all of our partners in this effort because it comes together as a result of their support. No one can succeed in isolation, and the etnow.in Realty Conclave and Awards is no different. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to re-acknowledge our sponsors. So we are, of course, powered by Onextel Communication Media. Our knowledge partner is Naredco. Our workspace partner is Office Banao. Our SF, REIT or REIT partner is REPL. Our luxury gaming partner, Argmac, of course, and our outdoor partner, Heights. So up next, we want to dive into a fascinating conversation. And this is at the crossroads of architecture and identity and innovation. So India's urban skylines are, of course, evolving, not just in height and scale, but in meaning and in intent. So this panel that's titled Crafting Urban Icons, Form, Function, and Indian Modernism explores how design can shape more than just buildings. It can shape culture, community, and the very soul of a city. So joining us for this compelling dialogue are some of the most respected voices in architecture and design, and I ask that you please join me in welcoming them on stage. We have with us Mr. Umesh Kumar, who's the founder of The Interior. Huge round of applause, please. If I could please have Umesh sir join us on stage. Thank you, sir. Ms. Sonali Bhagwati, who's the design partner at DPA. Sonali, please do us the honor by joining us on stage. Mr. Dikshu Kukreja, Managing Principal of CP Kukreja Architects. Welcome, sir. It's a pleasure to have you. And moderating what promises to be a very insightful discussion is once again Mr. Prashant V. Singh, editor at etnow.in and etnow.swadesh, who you just heard from. Prashant will have you back on stage to take us to this conversation with visionaries who are quite literally building the face of modern India. Thank you so much, Prashant. And with that, the floor is yours. Take it away, Prashant.
Very, very warm welcome once again. So I want to start this conversation by a very layman question. What do you think, how important interior part is for a common home buyer?
I want to start when I was studying architecture, and soon after I even graduated, during that whole period, somehow interiors were very looked down on. It was not somehow considered to be serious enough for an architect, and it was only people who were on the periphery were doing interiors. And I have seen this change over the last almost 30 years and transform into an extremely professional, well-structured discipline. It's not only just interiors, it's actually crafting spaces. So we no longer call it interior design, it is actually interior architecture. So that's where the importance of any interior lies, because it's no longer just a slapping on finishes in a space designed by an architect. It is enhancing and taking forward a space which is designed and giving it the life, soul, character, and I would say personality of the user.
Okay. So when it comes to home buying, so I have seen the most important part of is the delivery, the possession. But I have seen many people saying that they have given contracts to many interior designers, but not getting the timely delivery. Do you think a regulation like RERA is also needed for interior design?
Well, first of all, my thoughts on interior designing would be that really architecture and interior designing, for me, are two sides of the same coin. And I don't think we can really put them in the silos that 20th century modern architecture has allowed to be done. If you look at any great building in the past, the experience of space, whether it was from the outside or the inside, actually blended. One blended into the other. So, but coming specifically to your aspect, I mean, I think, there are two ways to look at design. One is that you can sort of cast it within all kinds of conditions and then expect excellence to happen. And the other way to look at it is that design is a creative profession, and it is something which needs to be certainly within the bounds of cost, budget, or time and quality. But as long as those three fundamentals are defined in a systematic manner, I don't think we need to go beyond that, because there is no limit to how much you want to hold a condition, and there's no guarantee to putting restrictions or putting some kind of contractual aspects is going to result in the success of a project. So I'm one who believes that there are things which need to be committed and then adhered to, and not every aspect of design needs to be contractually bound.
Do you think dream home is incomplete without dream interior? Dream home.
Absolutely. I think to add to what Sonali just said, it is an expression of somebody's personality. It is an expression of how somebody wants to live and use their spaces. Importantly, if I have to put this in a nutshell, it is like a building or a house. It's like a skeletal. It's like bare bones. Interiors is actually putting a skin on it. It is what defines that personality. So it's like, you can imagine, let's say Aishwarya Rai. What makes Aishwarya Rai what she is? It is the skin which is there, right? It is the top form and the shape. That's what interior is, if I have to just use that analogy.
I want to add something to what Dikshu said, that today interiors is no longer, as he said, in a silo. Designer is not the mom and pop of everything. Today the designer is as important or as responsible as the industry partners. We learn every day from our industry partners, and I think a lot of credit of what we as architects and designers do needs to go to them, because but for them, we would not know what is happening in the world and how to integrate things into what we do. So I think industry partners are equally, I would say, responsible to the entire quantum shift that has happened in the expression of interiors.
And to that, I would add that when Sonali talks about partners, I think one very important partner in the architecture and interior design space, particularly in our country, is the media. And I'm saying that not because I'm sitting at a media platform, but I think one very important aspect in India which is still missing is that we are lacking how to decipher design, how to appreciate design, and for that I don't blame the society or a typical client. Unless they are well informed, unless they realize the pros and cons of any design approach or what good design means, you can't expect anything better. So I think that's where media plays a very important role. So many of us appreciate designs in other parts of the world, be it the oriental side of Japan or the Far East, or it's the Western countries, or Scandinavian design, or Italian design, etc., etc. But I, for one, believe that Indian design is perhaps, unparalleled. It's just that we need to go out there with that conviction, and media can play a big role, like you're doing right now, in letting people get to know about what good design is all about.
So Indian models need to go global.
Yes.
Indian models need to go global.
Indian models of design, not the other ones that were being referred to, but
Models
yes,
of design,
certainly
okay.
of design, sure.
No, not only Indian designers' models need to go global. I think what is very important is that a lot of Indian designers are also experimenting using traditional crafts into creating very contemporary, modern day usage products, designs, and ID, and also part of architecture. And I think these are the kind of things that need to be acknowledged and be put out in the media, put out to the world. And it's only then that there will be proper acknowledgement for this.
With conviction, as you said.
Yeah, with conviction.
Yeah.
And really, like Sonali is saying, and she's touched upon a very important point, which is craftsmanship. I mean, how many parts of the world can boast of craftsmanship and design? And in India, we've had it for centuries. And Indian design, I would say, has been so sensitive, so responsible, so sustainable. If you look at our old buildings, whenever we visit any part of the country, when you visit, you see the buildings are so climatically sensitive. So I think those are very important aspects of design, and craftsmanship has played a big role in that, both in the architecture and the interior space.
No, I think what Dikshu is saying, touching upon our traditional architecture and traditional built form. There was a traditional built form which was based on very sound principles, and that vernacular architecture has been our first teacher of sustainability. If we go back and actually look at our heritage, we can learn a great deal about low energy and sustainability, and which has now taken a full turn and come back into our lives. And now we are doing everything that possible to, get into this field. If you take our urban form, there used to be this urban form, let's say Old Delhi. It had this urban form which was primarily a mixed-use development. If you saw the main roads, had the commercial spaces, and then the semi-public, and the semi-private, and then the private spaces. People lived above the shops. So this was a very, very low energy, because you walked to work, you walked to your marketplace, everything was walkable. And this was like the best model. And today, after going through the colonial approach of individual buildings standing in land parcels, we are now going back to creating mixed-use developments, and I would say mixed-use precincts, which are there to emulate the same vibrancy and the same approach that our old cities had, but always with a new approach in terms of whether we are infusing technology or whether it has to take care of certain densities. Yes, all that is today's requirement. But the essential functioning is going back to what we used to be in the good old days.
Yeah, I would like to add one more point to besides what Sonali and Dikshu has said, which is about how India is evolving in terms of design, in the field of design, be it fashion, be it art, be it literature. We have seen flowering of Indians coming forward and making a global presence across the field. We are beginning to see that happening in the course of, in the field of interior design as well. It's only now that we feel much more confident, we are ready to now experiment with new shapes and forms and designs and make it for the globe. It's not just copying from the West. Italy is not the only fashion capital. I think we are at the stage where we should make our mark and we should make our presence felt in the global arena.
So now I want to understand perspective from all of you, how this has changed, specifically interior, post-COVID. Because now people are spending more time with their family, kids, relatives at home. So how this has changed and what have you personally witnessed post-COVID?
Pre-COVID, we used to talk of office spaces saying it needs to be more like home, okay? Then during COVID, we started talking about home spaces which needed to be more like office. But now we have come to a situation where everything has gone back. It is not that people are spending more time. In fact, it's the other way. People are going out. People want to, experience the city, everything around them, travel. They want to do everything, and everything with a vengeance. May it be weddings, may it be travel, may it be eating out, it may be, shopping. It is every single activity has gone into an overdrive. And that's what it has been, So there has been this great emergence of, I would say, very, very well-designed, high-design, marketplaces, mixed-use areas, obviously luxury homes, lots of public amenities in homes, in condominiums, which is what has made these condominiums. I mean, half the condominiums today are selling because of the fabulous public amenities which are being offered. So that has been this quantum shift over the last 7-8 years.
I would add to what has been said. I completely endorse that. But also I think one other element that's really taken shape, if you compare pre-COVID to post-COVID, is that generally now people talk about and are more aware of health and well-being. So whether it's your office space or whether it's your homes or hotels, etc., people have started looking at that aspect. And that aspect I see percolating not only in the final product, but also in the materials that are being selected. So basically in the design and construction process as well, people pay attention to health and well-being, which I think has been a positive move because it's acknowledging the presence of human beings, whether they are the ones who are constructing your buildings or eventually the ones who are inhabiting them. So that's one more element or dimension I think that's emerged more than what one saw pre-COVID.
You're right, because the whole concept of well, along with sustainability, till now it was sustainability, but in the last 4-5 years, the concept of well has come in, which means the happiness of the user. It is not just the well-being, but the happiness quotient.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed post-COVID is, before COVID, it was primarily the women who were driving the interior agenda. They were the ones who are, making the design selections and driving the whole thing. But post-COVID, we have seen increased interest from the man of the house himself. People actually who were spending more time in the office, they were not so concerned with the home. They were not really that involved in the home affairs. So we are seeing increased interest from the male members of the household also to exhibit and drive and carry on with the equal interest. So that's one of the things we have noticed post-COVID. But importantly, we don't know whether there's no relation to the COVID per se, but what we have seen in the near past is that people are becoming much more bold, much bolder to experiment, be it because of the influence of the Instagram, be it because of all the social media, Instagram, Pinterest, all of it, because the exposure is a lot higher today than it was, let's say, a couple of years back. And people are being inspired and they want to emulate whatever they see around them happening, whether it's in India or globally. So that's, we have seen that happening. Like one of the examples would be that one of our clients came to us and he said, look, we are, as a family of 3, we are fond of dancing. We want to create a dance floor in our living room. So we have a huge mirror and a big dance floor with a piano sitting on top, because they want to play, for them it's like very peaceful, very serene kind of a thing. If they want to, when they want to retire, they would like to play piano, So like that. So we're getting very interesting demands from the people, and they're willing to experiment.
So you spoke about exposure and experiments. What I have noticed in many campaigns, many editorials, many advertisements on expressways, people are now experimenting with theme-based. So what's your views on this, theme-based? Some royal theme, some Buddhism theme, some other theme?
Personally, I feel that it is more of a marketing gimmick, because each developer needs to be different from whoever else is around. They need to have some few catchy words. We are doing work for a developer in Dubai. And what is it? It's a very, it's not a large apartment block, but it's a whole theme based again. So the whole theme is Japanese. Now, whether it's Buddhist, Japanese, Thai, whatever, at the end of it, it still needs to be very comfortable for the user. It needs to ensure that all the requirements that any user would have are satisfied. The flooring, the walls, everything is the way it would last. It's got to be very well detailed, whichever theme you want to follow. So personally, if you ask me, a lot of the people who come to inhabit these apartments do not have things themselves to honor that theme. So to call it a theme-based would only apply to a few of the public areas. Within a home, within a dwelling unit, I cannot see where the theme would take a user, unless the user themselves come back to say, we want to design our home on a theme basis.
No, theme, I was talking about the larger area, for example, parks, other areas of the society.
Yeah, so they do that. In the sense that they call it a bit theme-based, where there may be some reference to materials or certain kind of details or certain design elements to embody a certain kind of theme or I would say a design language. But at the end of the day, it has to still feel extremely comfortable. It has to feel good. And you may do a very Japanese minimalistic, but if it doesn't make an Indian user comfortable and make them feel warm, it won't work. So whatever you may say, it has to still impact the well factor of the user. And that will also depend a lot on the cultural background, the socio-cultural and economic background that the person comes from. So there can't be one solution to all. There are different strokes for different folks.
What's your opinion?
So for me, this concept of theme-based architecture, especially theme-based real estate community, group housing projects, as we say, I think it's very superficial. And I don't think that's really the depth with which you are looking at what a healthy, vibrant community can be all about. These are superficial things. They are stylistic sort of interventions. And I think to create a vibrant society, to create a great community or a great real estate development, you need to go deeper than that. So for me, these are not the best of ideas, because at the end of the day, let's remember, we are looking at creating communities which bring people from diverse cultures, diverse parts of the country. And people have their own practices, their own customs, their own ways of living. And to club them all into a Buddhist living or a Japanese living or any others, let's say Californian living, Mediterranean living, I don't think that makes any sense at all. I think what we should look at, or a good developer should look at, is that what is the true need of the people that will be coming there? What are the ways that he can demonstrate that he or she are creating that project for the people? And I think that in itself is a solid way to go about designing. I don't believe in this idea.
Your opinion, please.
Yeah, I fully agree with both Sonali and what Nikshit said. Theme in the context of a condominium, in the context of a building, a lot of times it can be a marketing gimmick. It may not really have much deeper meaning into it. It's just a way of differentiating yourself and being able to sell what you have. So it is from that. But from the end consumer perspective, I think theme plays a very, very important role. In the context of interiors, it becomes very important, because today people are free to express. They find that boldness to express, and they would like to experience with different themes. And let me tell you, today, because of thanks to social media again, there are themes which you may have never heard of also. People come up with saying, "Mere ko ye theme chahiye." Recently, I had a client who came to me, and this is not a common term that somebody will use for theme. He says, "Oh, I want brutalist theme." I said, "Fine, can you please describe your idea of brutalist to me?" Yeah, he says it's raw concrete forms and minimalistic and this and that. I said, "Okay." And this is how most of the restaurants are being done today. I said, "Okay, I get it. I am familiar with the theme." Okay. So now, if you, to a common person, brutalist is not something which is known. Maybe not even 1% people will know what brutalist architecture or brutalist theme is. But that person came up with that idea because his son is studying somewhere in design, and he came up with this, Dad, we're going to have this theme. So theme from an interior perspective is, I think, extremely, extremely critical. In other contexts, I think it's just a packaging part.
So there is a buzzword these days, AI. So is this helping anyway to architects and designers when it comes to interior?
Absolutely, it's not a buzzword. I would say both in the architecture and interior space, AI is, so for me, it's not a sort of a earth shaker that, some doomsday sort of people come forward and think that the profession is going to head it into some kind of jeopardy because of this technology. For me, it's precisely a technology, and even more than a technology, it's a tool. It's a tool which will allow us to sort of envision better, to create better, and to be able to produce better. But and just the way when computers came in, and just the way different softwares came into the computer world. So AI is a game changer in many ways. I don't deny that. It's a great tool, a fantastic tool, which allows you to think far more, far quicker than before. And we have embraced it both in architecture and interiors. And yeah, I think it's the way the world is going to move too. But it's certainly not something that should worry us.
No, in fact, if you ask me, AI, I completely endorse what Dikshu says. And AI to me is got to be a tool and not your master. It cannot tell you what you need to do as a design. It needs to help you create that design in a faster, more efficient, and a smoother manner. And that's what it should be. Not creating the design for you, but helping you create it.
Absolutely. I mean, AI is not going to replace an architect. AI is not going to replace a designer. But the designers and the architects using AI will definitely replace the ones who are not. AI is a fantastic tool. I think Tushar spoke to at great length about AI and how it is helping him in the business and how quickly he can turn out, multiple options, multiple design options, click of a button. I think AI is here. AI is still in our industry. AI still is in nascent stage, but while being in nascent stage, still quite powerful. It's quite magical. I've experienced that, I've experimented with that, and it's something mind-boggling. Going forward, it is going to become only more and more precise. Right now, what we're doing, we're just experimenting with AI to kind of develop some concepts or see how differently we can experiment very, very quickly and see how the spaces look with the help of AI. But it's not that precise. You cannot depend on that. Or a lot of times it may just waste your time also. But going forward, the way it is progressing, rest assured that AI is going to be very, very powerful, and it is a must-have for any designer or any architect.
So, sustainable designing, what's your view on these? Sustainability.
I think today we should not be talking of sustainable design because that should be a part and parcel of our lives, of everything that we do. And it should not be a topic. It should be integrated without even talking. So if you talk of architecture, if you talk of ID, everything that you use, everything that you sort of envisage, needs to have that background. It needs to keep in mind, whether you call it the cradle to grave cycle or how is that material going to be reused or what is the life of that material. There are lots of things, but I think it's just part and parcel of your whole design process now. Even when architecture is concerned, whether you look at passive measures, you look at active measures, it's just a design process. So we don't even talk about it anymore. It's just that most of our projects are all either certifiable or certified. So it's just that. In fact, one of our projects, which we did way back in 2000, got certified 10 years later without even consulting us because it just followed good design practices. So that's what sustainability is all about.
So I think sustainability is a phenomena that we are talking about today because it's been driven into our country today, more from the Western media and just a general awareness. But actually, if you see anywhere in the world historically and you compare Indian architecture with whatever the Egyptians did or the Chinese did or any other civilization did, Indian architecture was the most sustainable. You travel around the country, you see our old monuments, you see our old forts, palaces, even homes that are designed, whether it's in the northeast or whether it's in the western part of the country, north to south, anywhere, it's always been sustainable design. It's just that my own feeling about it is that post-independence, when we were searching for a new modern identity in architecture, we looked towards the West. And we kind of just probably fell in love with it or fell in awe of it. And therefore, we started building the BKCs and the cyber cities and all the rest of it, which certainly are unsustainable. And now it's been a full circle, and we are talking about it, and we are reading about it, and we are learning more about it. But like Sonali has said, I think it's been really part of our DNA. It is part of our life. And in every aspect, we need to embrace it if we haven't done so yet. And I think most Indian architects, when I see their works today, it's very responsible work people are doing from a sustainability angle. So I think the knowledge in India has been, like I said, in generations before. And even today, the modern architects, what they are doing, they are creating sustainable design. But yes, the awareness of it probably needs to percolate more into society so that these misconceptions of a green building being more expensive or the capex being more, and therefore you forget the operational side of it, the operational costs of it, all these things we need to now overcome and enlighten ourselves that sustainability is there to stay.
Yeah, so sustainable designs, I think, is been in the past, like I said, and is part of a DNA, and becoming more popular because of the carbon emissions or the concern about carbon emissions. Residential and commercial buildings, they are one of the largest contributors to carbon emissions today. More than 30% of carbon emissions comes from the residential and commercial buildings. It is definitely a huge cause of concern, and there is a global forums and concerted effort which is moving in that direction. So the need of the hour is actually to have self-sustaining building. There is no doubt about it. India, by the way, India is doing pretty recently in that direction, because in the US global green building rankings, it is been consistently third in that ranking in terms of LEED certified spaces. And in terms of self-sustenance, we're talking about energy self-sufficiency. We're talking about making your buildings moving in the direction of smart automation, right? And we can take some leaf out of it. Of course, we can learn from the past, whatever good practices we have had in the past, but we can also take a leaf out of it from what's happening in the West. I don't think we should shy away from doing that. And one of the examples I have gone through is this building in the US, which is Unisphere, by the name Unisphere. It's actually belongs to a therapeutic company, and it's a net zero building. And that has gone into a lot of firsts. I mean, this building harnesses, of course, the solar power, but also in addition to that, it also harnesses the geothermal power. They have dug up 50 wells, 500 feet under the ground to harness that geothermal power. They have created a quarter of a mile kind of a concrete structure below the atrium to naturally keep the atrium cool and being, on top of that, their building is completely digitalized, right? So they have all the information, energy information, or on all parameters at their fingertips in real time. I think we have to, if you really want to move into the Viksit Bharat by 2047, I think we have to move very fast. Learn from the past, but still look at what is around us globally and go for the best.
So one final thing, what is your top tip for the people who are going to buy their dream home? Just one line from each of you, one by one, starting with you, ma'am.
A green home is something first that the entire development has to be green. So it's not just an interior, it's not just the home, it is the entire development. And the home is just one sort of cog in it. So if the condominium is designed to be sustainable, which has passive measures and active measures, I think it automatically comes. I live in a condominium which is LEED certified. There are challenges, but it's something that we have to deal with. So I don't think it impacts the person so much, except for maybe in terms of energy bills. But I think it is more on an overall basis that it makes a difference. So it's not a dream green home, but it's being in a green community, more importantly.
Prashant, did you say a green home or a dream home?
Dream home.
Green.
Dream.
That's what I thought. Yeah. No, but I would say your dream home should be a green home.
But she blended the both, dream home and green home as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So your dream home should be your green home because it should actually be something where, you have the correct certifications and all to make sure that it's green. But in terms of a dream home, I would say, honestly, different people have different aspirations, different dreams. So not everyone can have the similar dream home. But what it should cover is your basic functional aspects. So for anybody, dreams can vary. But what your needs of shelter are, your home should go by, your purchase or your choice of home should go by that. It should not go by themes and the rest of the things we were talking about, but more deeper aspect of meeting your basic necessity of what your shelter desires to be.
Yeah, so of course, apart from facilities and apart from maybe smart automation, those aspects, functional aspects, which a condominium can offer, right? You'll evaluate on those parameters. But I think having gone through multiple such options and making a choice, what is important is how that space makes you feel. How do you experience that space? I think that's the most critical one. After some basic requirements and basic parameters have been met, that's the most critical aspect, how you should choose a home. Because in some sense, it is a reflection of who you are, and definitely you're going to be staying there for a long time, you're going to be interacting with people a long time in that condominium. So how it makes you feel is absolutely critical.
So green home is always a dream home, as you said.
So it is, of course. And I think what is really important for a dream home is the fact that the community in which you live has to be very synergetic to you. I think that's what makes community living and your home into a dream home. And as far as the unit is concerned, I think each one's personality needs to be reflected to create that dream home, because the same apartment for different people will be completely different.
Thank you so much for great insights. Thank you so much. Time is running out. We have to wrap up. Thank you so much. Thank you all the audience for the support. Thank you.
Thank you once again. If our panelists could please remain on stage for a token of our appreciation. If I could please ask Pooja Sethi, who's the managing editor of Times Network Digital, to do the honors in acknowledging all of our panelists once again for what was an extremely insightful discussion. Thank you so much. Umesh, Sonali, Dikshu, and led by Prashant, of course. A colorful conversation with a lot of insights. Huge round of applause once more, please, for all of our speakers. A photo up to capture the moment, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. Thank you once again. And we are very swiftly moving towards the part of the evening that you've all been waiting for. There's a lot left on the agenda, many exciting things. But our first set of awards are what we plan to present next. Quick photo up, thank you. And before we do just that, just want to re-acknowledge our sponsors. Once again, efforts like this come together as a result of a collaborative effort and as a result of a collaborative spirit. So with that, we are, of course, the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025 is, of course, powered by Onextel Communication Media. Our knowledge partner is Naredco. Our workspace partner is Office Banao. Our SM REIT partner is REPL. Luxury gaming partner, ArcMac. And our outdoor partner, Heights. So we want to thank all of them once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with bated breath, it's my honor and pleasure to reveal some of the winners of tonight's highly prestigious awards ceremony. And we'll start category by category. There's a lot on the lineup. It's a moment you've all worked hard for, and we're here to celebrate and salute your achievements. With that, ladies and gentlemen, the first category this evening at the ETNow. All right, and to do just that and to present the awards, if I could please call upon Rohit Chadda once more on stage to join us in presenting those awards. And also, if I could please call upon Anand Kumar, Chairman of Delhi RERA. I'd like both of those gentlemen on stage, please, to help present our first set of awards this evening at the etnow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. And they're joining us very shortly. Rohit Chadda and Anand Kumar, we could please have you on stage. We're about to reveal the winners. It's a tough, almost there, it's a tough heat of competition. But tonight is about your success stories. And we cannot wait to unveil who came out on top. All right, Rohit has now joined us, and I believe Anand Kumar is also joining us very shortly. All right, to present the first set of awards. Thank you, sir. If we could have Anand on stage. It's a very competitive heat. It's a very competitive heap of applicants, and it involved a lot of scrutiny to arrive at the winners tonight against what categories that are. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that I will go ahead and kick off with the first set of awards. So with that, the category that we're going to start with this evening, ladies and gentlemen, at the etnow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025 is Excellence in Luxury Homes. And the winner in this category, Excellence in Luxury Homes, goes to the Interior for Malibu Town. Huge round of applause, please. If I could have Umesh Kumar, the visionary CEO of Interior, who is redefining the landscape of luxury interiors across India. He has an unwavering commitment to excellence, innovation, and customer-centric design, and he's transformed Interior into a powerhouse of end-to-end interior solutions and bespoke furniture manufacturing. Huge round of applause once more for Umesh Kumar for excellence in luxury homes. And Anand, if we could kindly please have you on stage to join us in presenting the next set of awards. And the next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Excellence in Real Estate Consultant of the Year, Residential. Anand Kumar, sir, if we could kindly please have you on stage. He's, of course, the chairman of Delhi RERA, and he'll be joining Rohit Chadda in presenting our next award. The category is, ladies and gentlemen, Excellence in Real Estate Consultant of the Year, Residential. And the winner is Elbrus Infratech Private Limited. So if we could have Mr. Vinod Singh Vatsam, who's the managing director and the founder of Elbrus Infratech Private Limited. Huge round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen, for our fellow peers in the real estate industry. He is a dynamic new age real estate, so Interior is a dynamic new age real estate consulting firm, and it's known for driving trust, transparency, and excellent in real estate advisory services. Huge round of applause once more, and our congratulations to Vinod Singh Vatsa. All right, we move on to Excellence in Integrated Township of the Year. And the winner is Anant Raj Limited for Anant Raj Estate. Huge round of applause, please. Could we have Mr. Varun Kullar, who's the President, Sales and Marketing of Anant Raj Limited, on stage? Thank you, sir. With over 25 years of extensive experience in real estate and strategic sales leadership, he has been instrumental in shaping the company's growth strategy. His deep understanding of market dynamics, consumer behavior, and competitive positioning allows him to drive high-impact sales campaigns and forge meaningful client and channel partner relationships. That was Anand Raj Limited, Anand Raj Estate, Excellence in Integrated Township of the Year. And moving on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, Prop Tech Entrepreneur of the Year. And the winner is Office Banao. Mr. Tushar Mittal, if we could kindly please have you back on stage, sir, to accept this highly prestigious honor. So tech is, of course, transforming every corner of real estate. And our next awardee is right at the center of that revolution. Right? So Tushar has not just built another interiors firm. He's built a platform, one that uses design excellence, real-time collaboration, and design execution to change how offices come to life. So please join me in celebrating Prop Tech Entrepreneur of the Year. Tushar Mittal couldn't accept this award personally, but he sent a member of his team from Office Banao to accept the honors. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is a Valued Realty Personality of the Year. And the winner is Vishal Sharma, CSMO, Raymond Realty Limited. Congratulations, sir. Please join us and welcome Mr. Vishal Sharma, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer at Raymond Realty. With over 20 years of experience across real estate, aviation, and media, he's been a driving force behind Raymond Realty's growth since 2016. Known for strategic insight, innovative marketing, and customer-first approach, Mr. Sharma is a respected leader both within Raymond and across the industry. Huge round of applause and thank you once again, Vishal Sharma, Valued Realty Personality of the Year. All right, and now we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, and that is Emerging Visionary Leader in the Real Estate Industry. And the winner is Aman Gehlot, Ambiance. Let's please have him on stage. So, sir, ladies and gentlemen, we're honored to present Excellence in Real Estate Leadership to Mr. Aman Gehlot of Ambience Private Limited. Congratulations once again, sir. He's a visionary leader. He's driving innovation and excellence in the infrastructure development sector. And in his absence, the award will be graciously conducted by Mr. Manjeet Singh. So let's celebrate this remarkable journey, ladies and gentlemen. It's a salute to your accomplishments, your contributions to the industry, and very much respected and cherished. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Emerging Excellence in Commercial Real Estate. And the winner is AccuSpace. So if I could please have Mr. Mukesh Chaudhary, Managing Director of AccuSpace, on stage to accept this incredibly prestigious honor. Huge round of applause, please, for Mukesh Chaudhary of AccuSpace. Excellent, sir. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your groundbreaking achievements. We salute you, the industry salutes you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next winner tonight, and the category is Excellence in Environment-Friendly Project. And the winner is Alpha Corp. For Alpha Corp, Sky One. If you could please have the Alpha Corp Sky One team on stage to accept the honor. Excellence in Environment-Friendly Project. Congratulations once again on your remarkable achievements and this incredible milestone. The whole team is here from Alpha Corp. Congratulations to them. Lovely. A photo op to treasure the moment and to celebrate it. And with that, we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to Excellence in Luxury Segment Homes Design. And in this very coveted category, Excellence in Luxury Segment Homes Design, the winner is Angie Kriplani Design. Let's please have the Angie Kriplani Design team on stage to accept the honor. Excellent. Congratulations once again, ma'am. It's a huge honor. Excellence in Luxury Segment Homes Design, a very competitive, coveted category here at the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. And we now move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, and the next category in the lineup is 80 Years of Excellence. This is a big one. Ladies and gentlemen, 80 Years of Excellence is the category, and the winner is ECE Industries Limited. So we honor ECE Industries Limited for completing 80 years of excellence. It's a legacy built on innovation, integrity, and engineering brilliance. ECE has been a pillar of trust and progress in the industry, and receiving the award are Mridul Rastogi and Anita. So if I can have you both on stage, and congratulations on this remarkable milestone. "80 years of excellence, ladies and gentlemen. No small feat, and it deserves all the recognition that it's getting. Congratulations once again. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is emerging real estate developers in western suburbs, Mumbai. And the winner is Navkarmika Infra, a rising force that is redefining skylines with passion, vision, and innovation. So if we could please have Mr. Abhishek Dubey and Aniket Dubey, CEO and CFO of Navkarmika Infra, on stage to receive the honor, please. Congratulations once again. Abhishek and Aniket Dubey, congratulations. And please do join us on stage in accepting this highly prestigious award. A special moment of recognition indeed. That's emerging real estate developers in western suburbs, Mumbai. Navkarmika Infra. Thank you once again. And now we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is excellence in thematic projects. And the winner is Vision Properties, Vision Orchard. Let's have the team on stage. All right. They've been a benchmark of innovation with path-breaking themes like eco-living, sports-centric communities, and senior citizen-friendly townships. They've redefined how Tamil Nadu invests altogether. Congratulations once again to the Vision Properties team for excellence in thematic projects. And now we move on to a very coveted category, which is Young Tycoon of Indian Realty 2025. And the winner is, once again, of Vision Properties, Mr. Mathuo Arulal Nandu. If we could please have you on stage, sir. He's just 23, but he's revolutionized the plot promotion industry with 30+ landmarks across Tamil Nadu. A game changer who's empowered 2,000 channel partners and reshaped real estate with bold vision and execution. Mr. Mathuo Arulal Nandu of Vision Properties for Young Tycoon of Indian Realty 2025. All right, now we move on to Premium Housing Developer of the Year. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Nirala World. Mr. Suresh Kumar Garg, if you could kindly please have you on stage. He's a dynamic entrepreneur and the founder of Nirala World, revolutionizing real estate in Greater Noida West with his visionary approach, and he's creating thriving communities through quality and innovation. Huge round of applause once more. Again, a very coveted category of Premium Housing Developer of the Year. All right. And now we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Visionary Project in Super Luxury Living. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Raheja Developers Limited for the Naveen Minar. Huge round of applause. It's deeply deserved, incredibly deserved. So beginning with a humble investment of just $100. Mr. Raheja founded Raheja Developers, which has now grown into a thriving enterprise managing over $2 billion in projects. A true pioneer in urban development, Mr. Raheja has made significant contributions to slum rehabilitation in Delhi NCR, positively impacting the lives of over 20,000 underprivileged residents. His influence extends beyond the real estate sector, though, and he's a key advocate for real estate policy reform and a passionate wildlife conservative with over 150 wildlife films to his credit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next category, and that is Excellence in Real Estate Process Automation. And the winner is Vector Scaler, Nikhil Agarwal. Huge round of applause. Nikhil, please do join us on stage. He is a technology visionary at the intersection of IT and real estate with over 2 decades of experience in software development, cloud solutions, and AI integration. As the CEO of Vector Scaler Technologies, he is transforming real estate operations through intelligent platforms, automation, and digital-first experiences. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again, Mr. Agarwal. And Rohit and Anand, we ask that you please do join us back in the audience. We're now going to move on to our next panel discussion before we get to the remaining balance awards, and a lot more is on the agenda, a lot of exciting stuff tonight to look forward to. Thank you once again, gentlemen. So as far as the next panel discussion, which is titled Designing for a Billion Dreams, it's the future of Indian infrastructure. And this panel discussion explores how visionary planning, sustainable materials, and human-centric design can shape a stronger, smarter, and more equitable India. So we're joined by a powerhouse panel of leaders that are driving this transformation, and it's my honor to introduce them. We have Mr. Naveen Raheja, Chairman and Managing Director of Raheja Developers. Huge round of applause, please. Naveen, sir, if we could kindly please have you join us back on stage. We congratulate you on the award, and we ask that you please join what promises to be a riveting panel discussion. Up next, Ravi Agarwal, the co-founder and Managing Director of Signature Global. Ravi, if we could kindly also have you on stage. Thank you, sir. Mr. Abhishek Somani, Managing Director of Somani Ceramics. It's a stellar lineup, as you can see. And we'll have all three of our gentlemen on stage. And to steer and to navigate what promises to be an incredible conversation is my colleague, Amita Vadva, Senior News Anchor, Times Network. So let's hear what the future holds, ladies and gentlemen, not just for our infrastructure, but for a billion dreams that are waiting to be built. Amita, let's kindly have you on stage to take it forward. And I believe our gentlemen are ready. All right, and we want to re-acknowledge our sponsors in this effort. Of course, it stems all from the spirit of collaboration. And many more awards on the lineup coming soon, ladies and gentlemen, so stay tuned. It's just the beginning of an exciting evening ahead. All right, so our sponsors once again, we're powered by Onextel Communication Media. Our knowledge partner is Naredco. Our workspace partner is Office Banao. Our SMREIT partner is REPL. Our luxury gaming partner is ArcMac. And our outdoor partner, Heights. And with that, I believe we're ready. So with that, Amita, the floor is yours. Let's have the mic cued, please. Let's ensure Amita's mic is working. All right, we might need to do a quick mic swap, please, so we can dive right into the conversation. How are we now? Are we good on audio? All right, we'll have him right there. Thank you, ma'am. Let's try that.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Pooja. Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. As you have seen, we have had a power-packed evening. And of course, with all the insights that you've been getting, you must have learned a lot about when we speak of real estate, the boom, how it is powering through, and how it will shape our future. And we have the experts. I mean, this is the highest quality lineup that we have on stage currently. And Raheja sir, I'm going to begin from you, sir. First of all, congratulations on winning the award, sir, much deserved. So today's theme that we are talking about is designing for a billion dreams, the future of Indian infrastructure. You are one person, as a veteran, have made those billion dreams come true. What is your vision forward as we speak of the real estate sector, sir?
We are a developing country, and we have total population which is over. Yeah. And every sixth person on the planet is Indian. That is my India. And in my India, this is the time when we are actually emerging as a global power, and this country belongs to the people only. And becoming a power means my people need to be empowered. And getting them empowered, we have to we are lucky also, because the developed countries, they are all buildings are old technology, old systems. And at the time when my country is emerging, we have lot of opportunity, innovation by way of technology, sustenance, total balancing the ecology. So all these things are making life of the people also conforming to the evolving intelligent world. Now, जो आपका question है, looking into all this, I will say that to make this country, we need to think beyond the conventional systems. In our country, till now, we have been going through horizontal developments or concentrated metropolitan and city developments only, but we have never looked into our country being developed in a manner that where we can create walk to work, we can minimize energy consumption, footprint, so that we are able to cater to all segments of society in our country. Biggest, today we talk about employment, we talk about housing, we talk about everything, but nobody thinks out of the pocket. You have to think beyond. If we create metropolitan vertical and horizontal cities in these pockets, naturally we are going to go towards a disaster. And we must be looking at developing our country in a manner where you've got 28 states, over 120 languages, and all culture and creeds are different. We should try to create the employment hubs and develop those cities which are not focused upon migration to a long distance. Every community has got its own method of living, method of culture and everything, and language, culture. And they feel more comfortable, their families also, if they move away within 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, is much better than moving thousands of kilometers away and then looking for employment and then taking care of their families at those places, in the villages. So, my country, I will give solution on that manner, that instead of these what I think will be expected from me, what we see in the net and in the common parlance, I will look at it that we should, all planners, we should look at developing our country in multi-employment and city development hubs. That is number one. Number two, every city should have complete self-sustaining model. It should be in a manner where it meets the local demands also. It is zero waste city. It does not take energy also. It does not depends more upon conventional energies, be it solar. Then the complete water recycling is there, complete waste recycling is there, and it is a walk to work culture. It is not that you have to commute distance for several kilometers before you go for work, and in the evening you have to go back. So we should be creating mixed land use developments, vertical city, self-sustaining. These can be done very easily. Second, what legacy we are carrying since last more than now 78 years after freedom, that legacy also is a challenge for us. We look at our all metropolitan urban development clusters, cities, where number one, it is horizontal, one or two, it is all unauthorized. There's no, these all were habitated by the poor people looking for employment, coming for migration from rural areas to urban areas. And now this is the time. You cannot do away with that. What has happened already. We need to empower them. So that for that empowerment, we need to create PPPs, public-private partnerships, give them extra FAR, do a complete replanning. अभी मेरे ख्याल से जो गवर्नमेंट अभी हमारा सेंटर और दिल्ली को ही अगर हम एग्जाम्पल
to that point as far as PPP that you have mentioned, because I would want to take the first comments from both other gentlemen as well, because the ideas that you're setting forth, Raja sir, you're saying that in the near future all of them are something that can be accomplished. Now when we speak, Mr. Agarwal, as far as the EDGE certified green building developer, that is something that has been mentioned. What exactly is that? When Rajeja sir is talking about all of these planning that needs to learn and to get to that fully urbanized zone, how do we actually make it also ecologically sustainable?
Thanks first to ET now ने ये panel discussion के लिए रखा है, wonderful event. It's a good knowledge session, first one. Secondly, I think so sustainability, it's not just not a fashion. I think it's the need of the hour. Because the construction industry is generating 40% of the carbon emission. Of the entire carbon emission, only the construction industry is generating that portion, 40%. Secondly, but as Rajaji said, the population of India is 150 crores right now. We need homes. We have to go side and side with both the things. Sustainable living, I think so, it's actually a need of the hours, because अगर हमें इंडस्ट्री को बड़ा करना है, इतने लोगों को घर देना है, इतनी सप्लाई और डिमांड का डेफिसिट है, तो हमें सस्टेनेबल लिविंग पे जाना पड़ेगा. सस्टेनेबल लिविंग में आज इसमें दो एस्पेक्ट हो सकते हैं. अभी तक हम लोग उसको सिर्फ इस तरह से ना समझें कि हमें एक्स्ट्रा FAR मिलता है इसलिए हम लोग बिल्डिंग बनाएंगे, बट एज अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल डेवलपर विद अ लार्जर विजन, आई थिंक सो हमें सस्टेनेबल लिविंग पे इसमें दो एस्पेक्ट हो सकते हैं. एक, हम सिंपल एक बिल्डिंग बनाएं, उसको ग्रीन सर्टिफाई कराएं, IGBC से कराएं, साथ में एच सर्टिफिकेशन इज़ अ गुड एसोसिएशन दैट वर्क्स इन द इंटरनेशनल लेवल अलॉन्ग 136 कंट्रीज दे वर्क फॉर. बट एक दूसरा एक मॉडल और है, इकोसिस्टम डेवलपमेंट. आज जो कार्बन एमिशन दो तरह से हो रहा है, एक कंस्ट्रक्शन के दौरान हो रहा है और एक मूवमेंट ऑफ व्हीकल से हो रहा है, ट्रैफिक मूवमेंट से. आज 2 साल पहले हम गुड़गांव से दिल्ली आते तो आने में 1 घंटा लगता था. आज 2 साल बाद उसमें आने में 1.5 से 2 घंटे लगते हैं. हम 5 साल और 10 साल का विजन देखें तो यहाँ पर मामला बहुत, तो हम ट्रैफिक मूवमेंट को मिनिमम कैसे करें, तो उसका सॉल्यूशन क्या है? इंटीग्रेटेड डेवलपमेंट हो, मिक्स लैंड यूज डेवलपमेंट हो, जिसकी कनेक्शन बाकायदा मेट्रो से कनेक्टेड हो और सारा जब वहीं ऑफिस हो, वहीं हॉस्पिटल्स हों, वहीं पर आपके स्कूल्स हों, ताकि मॉल्स वहीं पर हों. और ये इकोसिस्टम मॉडल पे अगर डेवलपमेंट करते हैं तो कम से कम जो वहाँ पर रहने वाले लोग हैं उन्हें ट्रैफिक मूवमेंट नहीं करना पड़ेगा. और एक बहुत बड़ा जो आज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर एक बर्डन बना रहता है ट्रैफिक का, हम उसको शायद कम कर पाएंगे. फ्यूचर सिटीज़ का जो मुझे विज़न नज़र आता है वो इंटीग्रेटेड डेवलपमेंट, लार्ज इकोसिस्टम बेस्ड डेवलपमेंट मुझे सिर्फ वहाँ नज़र आता है, क्योंकि लेकिन उसकी कनेक्शन बाकायदा हाईवेज से होना चाहिए, साथ में मेट्रो की कनेक्टिविटी होनी चाहिए, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट बहुत बढ़िया होना चाहिए. लेकिन वो जो इकोसिस्टम है वो जीरो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, जीरो डिस्चार्ज मॉडल पे काम करना चाहिए. उससे ना तो वहाँ से डिस्चार्ज बाहर जाए, ना वाटर डिस्चार्ज हो, और सिंगल लाइन कनेक्शन हो, ताकि वो सिस्टम के अंदर वेस्ट जनरेट ना करे, उसी के अंदर सेल्फ सिस्टम के अंदर ही वो सेल्फ कंज्यूम करे. उसी तर्ज पे आज हम लोगों ने वो विज़न देखा था, और आज हम लोगों ने करीबन इस तरह के मॉडल पे आज हमने 3 टाउनशिप ऑलरेडी इस मॉडल पे डेवलप की, सेल्फ सस्टेन मॉडल पे.
तो ये हब्स बनाने की आप बात कर रहे हैं कि कम से कम जितनी सुविधाएं लोगों को मिलती है उन्हें ज़्यादा दूर ना जाना पड़े, उनको सारी सुविधाएं उन्हीं के इलाकों में,
ऑल थिंग्स एट वन प्लेस. ताकि आज सुबह बच्चे को स्कूल में भी बिठाने जाना है, व्हाई वेस्ट योर टाइम? अब मॉल जाना है, आप दिन के 4 घंटे कहाँ जा रहे हैं? ऑफिस जाने में 1 घंटा जाना है, 1 घंटा आना है. आपको बच्चे को बिठाने जाना है, आपको स्ट्रेस है सारे दिन कि यार बच्चा वापस हम पैसे बस में बिठा के आएंगे, फिर वापस उसको लेके आएंगे. मदर की क्या टेंशन है, वी कैन अंडरस्टैंड बेटर. अगर हम ऐसा डेवलपमेंट करें जो कंपोजिट डेवलपमेंट हो, इंटीग्रेटेड डेवलपमेंट हो, तो उसके अंदर बाहर जाने की ज़रूरत क्या है? ऑल ऑफिस शुड बी एट वन प्लेस. एम्प्लॉयमेंट हब बनाए जाएं, ग्लोबल सिटी जो एक गुड़गांव में डेवलप होने जा रहा है वो भी उसी विजन पे है। और इस तरह से आई जस्ट वेंट टू मध्य प्रदेश रिसेंटली, द ग्लोबल समिट वाज देयर, दे हैव ब्रॉट ए पॉलिसी, हरियाणा इज हैविंग ए पॉलिसी सिमिलर online similar lines. There is the enterprise promotion policy, EPP is the policy that exists in Haryana. That I think so these are the things we should think beyond as developers.
So,
that
Mr.
is the key of sustainability.
How do you think beyond when it comes to developers? Because when we speak of ceramics, how is this industry seems to be booming in a way that aesthetically pleasing also that a house looks?
So I think aesthetically we've got the model right. Technology has progressed to such a level in ceramics that I can pretty much do anything I want in terms of designs, in terms of color, in terms of finishes, be it copying a natural stone or wood or whatever, or maybe even doing anything else which is bespoke ceramics. I think we were talking about sustainability and we were talking about urban infrastructure and creating responsible cities. If I take a step backwards and not look at design and aesthetics, because that I think all the developers are seeing the designs and seeing what we have done in India. We're probably one of the few industries who are now competing with China where we are exporting to China. So we've become that competitive. But the issue here is that while we make responsible cities, Raviji said that, zero discharge and all of that, one should also look at manufacturing which is also responsible. So for example, we have a large cluster in Morbi for our ceramic industry. And sad to say that particular cluster violates pretty much every norm. Very recently, they used to produce on coal. That for some good sense prevailed that the government has stopped it. But otherwise, there is zero pollution norms over there. There is rampant child labor which is happening. So in the pretext of making a cheap tile, they're pretty much violating every single norm which is possible in terms of anything to do with the environment and also to do with anything to do with GST. So evasion of GST. So that's how the tiles are cheaper. We also have factories in Morbi, but none of us are so irresponsible. All our factories over here, which is in Andhra Pradesh, in Gujarat and in Haryana, they're extremely responsible factories. So from that point of view, I think it's also about making eco-friendly material, making it responsibly, making it more energy efficient. Gas is a big cost, so how do we use less natural resources? Water conservation, so we also make sanitary ware, so how we can make the sanitary ware more water conservation. Whether can we reduce earlier the flushing system used to be 10 liters, now it's 3 to 6 liters. Can we reduce it further? Can we make it completely dry? Australia, for that matter, is an island, just in as example. Australia has all the water in the world, but not a drop to drink. So there is a complete ban on any sanitary ware which uses water. Everything in public places in Australia is dry, is waterless. And then circular. So how can we recycle materials? So for example, we launched adhesives, tile adhesives, and we've been able to use all our tile waste and put it back in the adhesives. So I think all of these 2-3 things, one needs to become more and more responsible. We talk about Industry 4.0, all of that is driving efficiency. But along with that, I think we need to be a little more responsible towards the environment. And that's our endeavor at Somani as to how we can make our tiles more efficient, more recyclable, and also how we can consume as little water and natural resources.
It works both ways. But Raheja sir, when we speak of housing for all, is that dream achievable and affordable?
See, to make it affordable, as I already mentioned, if you look at Delhi, Gurgaon, Noida, or you look at Mumbai and around areas, or all these metropolitan, here the land is the most difficult resource. Land prices and the FAR available does not make any affordable housing anymore. Let me tell you, all of these people, I think they'll agree with me. Land in Gurgaon at 50 crores with the FAR of maximum going, with TDR, TOD, whatever you do 300 or 350. You cannot afford to give housing for less than 15,000 rupees a square feet. So how can even for a 100 square feet house, how can our people afford that? So what I mentioned, you need to create
these hubs, as I mentioned, in every, we have different languages, different districts, to try to do a localized development. At least there will be inclusive development for the entire country. And their land as resource is available as well. And then you need to create these smart cities and smart infrastructure based upon technology today. Today we have artificial intelligence. And on the other hand, let me tell you one thing. Already my country is really growing. And as we are talking about infrastructure, roads, connectivities, metros, RRTS, everything I think is already happening at the fullest possible pace. I think my country is spending today much more than any other country is spending upon infrastructure and urbanization. Government is doing good. We need to go with the actual innovative model that whether we want to congest our cities more or we want to redevelop these cities vertically through zero waste, self-sustenance, providing infrastructure. Is that a better model? और इज दैट ए बेटर मॉडल कि भाई आप यहीं पर ही आप हाउसिंग क्रिएट कर रहे हैं जब लैंड प्राइस ही अफोर्ड नहीं करता, एफआईआर अफोर्ड नहीं करता, तो लोग अनऑथराइज्ड कंस्ट्रक्शन तो करेंगे. तो आर वी गोइंग टू प्रमोट दैट? सो वी हैव टू थिंक आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स. ऐसे जो हम सारा कुछ कर रहे हैं, टीओडी, टीडीआर, ये कॉरिडोर्स के ऊपर, मेट्रो कॉरिडोर्स पर एक्स्ट्रा एफआईआर वर्किंग, टिल 5 वी आर गोइंग. बट इफ यू लुक एट ग्लोबल cities, there even FARs up to 20 are also being used. They know that going vertical takes much less energy. And I think there must be many developers here. They may agree or they may not agree with me, but with my practical experience of more than 40 years now into construction, I was also amazed to see that creating vertical towers of 60 floors is cheaper to do per square feet than to create a building of 4 floors when it goes to per square feet. Because here also energy jo hai, energy, you go vertically. You don't go horizontally. It's not a so energy ultimately, whether it is a human labor based energy, whether it is a machine based energy, and the material utna hi lagta hai. So you save on that. So I will say that our countries should be smart, they should be total self-sustaining, zero discharge, and any building should be a, its own ecosystem should be maintained with that. And the people should have access to, complete innovation and connectivity by way of technology, intelligent buildings. Your buildings, you can communicate with people. Your office today, आज आपको physical जाने की ज़रूरत कहाँ है? Everything can be done much better on artificial intelligence and on your virtual meetings. They give much more better result and effect on productivity than to run around and do physically. And by the way, मैं आपको एक गुड़गांव की बात आज बता देता हूँ. Today I was amazed to travel from Gurgaon to Delhi. In less than 40 minutes I was in central Delhi.
Sir, आप मतलब पास में थे.
So why, how? Because I came through Dwarka Expressway, through airport tunnel, and straight through, I crossed this road some time before, went to Central Delhi for a meeting, then I came back.
My experience was 3 states over.
So our country is developing, infrastructure has developed, yes. It is growing very fast.
Yes.
और उस aspect को I think we are being addressed.
Couldn't agree with you more, sir, because our next guest has also come. So I'm going to quickly ask another comment for you, Mr. Agarwal, because the PPP model is something that we've been talking about.
PPP model I will like to speak.
Sir,
if you give me time. Because I am the only developer in this country,
yes, sir,
who has got PPP model with Government of India.
So Mr. Agarwal, can I give the stage to Mr. Raheja? So when we talk about, sir, confidence building and trust when it comes to public, the government and private builders, how do you see that?
See, if you expect government to remove slums and give them housing, it is impossible. It is impossible because in situ slum redevelopment can be done only through private and inclusive participation. It cannot happen otherwise. Or otherwise you can only regularize the slums or unauthorized colonies. But I will say government, although because of the public requirement, popularity, vote bank, they are due to political compulsions, they do regularize. But I will say this is not the right model for our new country.
Yes.
If you really want our India to align with the world and be a developed country by 2047, but वो developed जो country लिखना भी चाहिए भाई. आप अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनी को, स्लम को सड़क, पानी, बिजली दे देंगे और वो वही सब कुछ करते रहेंगे, वो डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनेगा कब? So we have to be little bold in those decisions and innovate. You look at it, what we are doing today in Delhi. I think the people, more than 22,000 people are going to get their life changed. The apartments are ready for them.
Okay.
And they, when they visited and saw the constructed apartments, you'll believe that they virtually wept with happiness.
Yes.
That are we getting this?
Well, that's
Is it the transformation we are getting?
Sir, that you're making the people's dreams come true, and you've had a big role to play in that. But apologies, gentlemen, because we are completely running out of time, and there is lots to talk, and also to give pertinent points on real estate. Of course, we can go on and on, but our next guest is here and waiting. And of course, we would want Suzanne to take the stage. But thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been an honor to have you with us on stage. Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Amita.
Thank you.
And thank you once again to our highly distinguished panel. If I could please have Pooja Sethi, Managing Editor of Times Network Digital, back on stage to acknowledge our panelists and present them with a token of our appreciation. That's to Mr. Raheja, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Dua, all of you. All right. And Mr. Somani as well. Thank you, Pooja. Thank you, Amita. Let's kindly present to each of our panelists with that token of appreciation, a symbol of our gratitude for being here at the etnow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. Thank you, Amita, once again. Congratulations, and a quick photo op to capture the moment. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you once again. And ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to a part of the evening that you've all eagerly been anticipating. And we're going to turn the spotlight on a voice that has redefined contemporary Indian interior design with elegance, with functionality, and with soul. From being a creative force to a constructive visionary, Suzanne Khan has championed a design identity that's deeply rooted in Indian sensibilities while embracing global aesthetics. And in this exclusive conversation that's titled Creative to Constructive, Suzanne Khan's vision of Indian design identity will explore her journey, her inspirations, and her outlook on the evolving design landscape. And joining her on stage in this dynamic conversation is Rudrani Chattoraj, anchor at Zoom TV, who will lead what promises to be a very engaging dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please have on stage, before we dive into this conversation, a little more anticipation. We want to treat you to a quick audiovisual. And with that, let's have a look. Let's play the AV, ladies and gentlemen, before Suzanne Khan joins us on stage. We've been eagerly awaiting this session with bated breath. And Rudrani, with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. We are very, very excited to do this and have Suzanne here. Thank you so much for being a part of our conclave. And I think all of you saw the visuals of that fantastic, beautiful Hyderabad, the charcoal project store. And I think it has truly defined the way we look at the Indian design identity, which is also one of the topics that we're going to talk about today, which is, so we'll go right there.
Firstly, I just want to thank you. I want to thank all of you today for making time to even be here and, to be here to witness this conversation. This is my first time speaking on economic times. I'm a little nervous, but I'm very happy that this is my topic, and I'm so excited to speak with Rudrani about the love of my life, the charcoal project.
Of course. ETNow.in Conclave is very, very proud to have you, and we want to celebrate you, of course. Suzanne, starting right there.
Sure.
I know you know so much about the Indian design identity. So let's talk about that a little. How do you think creativity helps in creating that unique Indian design identity? How do you look at that today?
I think that I am extremely fortunate to have a place and state in, at this point in 2025, where I have been in the business more than 20 years, and I have seen how India and how our amazing sense of history of architecture and art has influenced interior design in the most beautiful way. But I think that as a designer, we are riding a golden wave at this particular time in the last 4 or 5 years, where we have seen our craftsmanship and our talent of the way that we do our metalwork, our marble work, our everything has just come alive to another level and has gone onto a world platform of recognition. And I'm proud to say that every product that we have made for the Charcoal Project Hyderabad is made in our own India. And the craftsmen who we have made it from are people who have been a legacy from my mother's 30 years of interior design families. They're the sons of the fathers who did the work for my mother, and that kind of legacies have carried on. And now those people have introduced technology. The same Indian mind has grown because of technology and because of the awareness of what's going on in the world. So I think that we're in a very exciting time in the world of interior design in India right now.
Absolutely. And really, thank you for truly making the Indian design identity go ahead and keep it alive.
Thank you. It's just a beginning. I have a lot of plans, and we are taking baby steps to take what we do here to all parts of the world and, celebrate our craftsmanship everywhere.
You already mentioned technology. Yeah. So, we know sustainability is obviously a key focus, and then using AI. How do you look at this ever-evolving, changing landscape, and how does it kind of play this important role in, the modern Indian design per se?
So I think that as a designer who is basically very old school in using tools of just drawing by hand and not even AutoCAD in what I do, I'm a very perspective renderings all by hand. And I think that AI helps you today understand better as a tool, but it cannot take the place of unique design, because I think that there is a body of work that is in human minds that has been over years, and how a human mind can converge those ideas into a new energy. AI is only feeding from the history of what has been done, but what is new, it's in innovation is the way to kind of break through having AI as a tool, but actually understanding how to bring through history of art and architecture and culture and heritage, and how do you bring it about in your design. So that's the human mind. So I think AI and the human mind go hand in glove, and as designers, as Indians, we should never sideline human minds over AI.
Absolutely. We are talking about the Indian craftsmanship. So we've seen that the charcoal project has redefined luxury interiors, and that is beautiful. How do you think is the right blend of aesthetics with Indian craftsmanship to create that? Because you've done it.
So again, I think that for our we have these various levels in charcoal project, and we've created product that we have kind of understood we've taken 5 different states, and in those states we've taken the region of what the flora and the fauna of that state is, what the geographical style of that state is, and we've brought it into our levels. So one of our levels is called terrain chic. So it's all about textures, it's all about shadow play, it's all about stone and carvings, and even a fiber that looks like stone, and also done by artists, Indian artists. So I think that we have kind of picked up on geography, we've picked up on history of art and design, and of course all the various motifs that we have kind of brought about from our Mughal period and our, the Rajput industrial zone of just having the most rich colors and everything. But how do we make that into new India, into a new version that maybe the Gen Zs, the younger lot would like, sure. And what would they aspire to have in their home, and not run away to Milan to buy,
Sure.
So I think keeping that in mind, we've used new techniques like, electroplating to fiber that, makes my branch furniture series outdoor friendly, but it looks like as if it's like silver, but it's actually outdoor furniture. So I think that using techniques from today's world, but bringing in various kind of geographic zones of our rich kind of heritage of how we have these landscapes all around India, I think that culmination comes about beautifully at Charcoal Project.
Absolutely, and of course you have 5 levels, so you've gone ahead and made sure that every level has something to offer. And one of the levels, actually, you've collaborated with Gauri Khan Designs, so with Gauri Khan herself. And
yes, Gauri herself is extremely, extremely creative and very Indian herself, and has a lot, everything she does is made and done here. So it was a great collaboration, and what she's brought about in our level at the Charcoal Project is very unique and beautiful. And it's wonderful to collaborate on, on a store that big, because you have different offerings for the builder community, for the developer community, and I think that is what's exciting, because now the projects are getting into bigger projects and not just residential, Yeah.
that massive launch that you had of the Charcoal Project in Hyderabad, we must talk about that. All your friends and family turned up, obviously, and they just couldn't stop thinking about how much of hard work you've put into it. I remember Ritik's post on how he knows the kind of hard work and the dedication and the blood, sweat, and tears that you've put in creating this sort of a space, which was so unique. And it takes a lot of time, right, Suzanne? And I felt the post was so personal because he looked like he was so proud of what you've achieved. I think the basis of your relationship is also friendship, and it shows.
Yes, I think that absolutely, our children are very artistic. Both my boys are, artistically inclined to another level. So I think, of course, the support of my family, and of course Ritik as my co-parent, is a very big thing to us. And not only that, I also think that all the people of Hyderabad, that we did invite and we hosted. They were really very, happy to see this beautiful new kind of energy in the city. And so yes, I'm feeling very grateful and very blessed. Yeah.
You mentioned people from Hyderabad. One of our superstars, Ram Charan, he visited your store and he couldn't stop talking about it. Yes, tell us about that visit and of course the kind of support that the industry has shown you, because I think they, like I said, they also have seen what you've created today after 14, 15 years in the business?
15 years. I think that we are, again, extremely thankful and grateful that, Charan walked in one day with a friend, a close friend, and he was so wonderful. He saw the entire property detailed. Then he, Upasna and him invited us to their home. So, and then, there was a painting of Ridan's that he had liked. So it was really nice. So I was very touched that, people who are so diverse are, appreciating things who've traveled the world, who've seen it all, who've been through everything, but they're appreciating what we did. And that was something that was very, very, very heartwarming. Yeah.
You mentioned Redan's painting. I must tell everybody that you are a proud mother because your son's painting actually are now being showcased at your own store, and it's also a moment for him, right? Like for a mother as well.
So I think that Redan is actually an artist since he was 5 years old. He used to sit on our dining table and he could draw a room in perspective. And I was shocked. I couldn't understand what is this boy doing. And he's got inborn flair for art. And in 2020, just out of fun, he was doing this doodle art. And he called it the Help series, where he created these animated characters. And then my good friend, Jyotika Jalani from Janvi, India, who really put a lot of thought and a lot of love, and she helped me make all those drawings and all those sketches into pillow art and canvases, and we created these duffel bags, and they're doing so well. And then what we sold so much of it, so what we got from that, then we gave it to a charitable organization of his choice. So it's been a very a heartwarming kind of time for me, because yes, not only is Hyderabad having charcoal project, and we all are at that level right now where we have 30,000 square feet of this unique space, but my son is part of it. And I'm thrilled because people actually are buying his art, not knowing that it's his, and appreciating it. So I'm a very proud mom. He's now 17 years old, and he was only 12 years old when he started actually doing all of that. So yes, the future is yet to see what he would like to do.
The house is full of artists. I'm not surprised that he started that young. I have a feeling that the inspiration comes from you in this side. I'm sure, both Ritik and you're an artist, but this...
Yeah, both of us are very artistically inclined, and my older son is into music. He's a musician, budding musician. He's studying at Berklee College of Music. So I think art and culture and heritage of the way we Indians are as people and what we infuse into our children, no matter what our relationship is with our spouses, that's very important in life, I think. And that is the crux of having, children growing into a space where it's not only about, social media and about things that are not so relevant, but they get into a deep dive of soul searching, And I think that's important in today's world.
No, absolutely. And I want to take this moment to also say that I think Ritik and you are fantastic co-parents, because you've created this space where they can be whoever they want to be.
Thank you.
And like I said, the basis of your friendship, that I think also helps you all do that. What have been the questions that you get from your children sometimes when they see you at work? The curiosity that comes out from that side, and have they asked questions about your design, decor, all of that?
So they're actually very they're very involved in what they're doing. They don't really, but they kind of course, I think they've seen me from a very young age working, and I think that inspires them to be at it. And I think that it's very important to teach your kids to use their hands, to work with their hands, like whatever it may be, creating things, building things, Lego or whatever, building things, because that's a constructive kind of energy that you're putting into them. It's not destructive. So I think that is something that that I really wanted them to have, and yeah, so I guess it's turned out good so far. Yeah, touch wood.
It's turned out brilliant. You're being humble there. Suzanne, we'll have to start right at the beginning now. We'll have to tell everybody, where did this acumen for art, where did this design start for you? And were you as creative as a child?
So actually I think that I knew at a really young age that I wanted to be in the world of design, because I was literally 4 or 5 years old, and my mom, it was a fabulous interior designer of those years, of that era. It was the 80s, and she used to do all these beautiful, homes, and I used to go with her for the site visits, and then she used to ask me about color and combinations, and these magazines used to come home of Architectural Digest and Home Beautiful, and I used to always tell her, Mom, I want to do this. So I think at a very young age, I was drawn into the world of decor and design and, beautifying things. How would you beautify an environment? How you'd let light in. So I think that there was a very strong search of going into that zone, and I think that after doing my art, my junior college in arts, I decided I want to go and study interior design, and my mom sent me to Los Angeles, and then the rest is history when I came back, and how I kind of worked with her at a very young age. And so I think that it's a blend of how in those days, and I'm talking about early 2000s, the things, of course, the technology and the computer-aided design that we had up to what we have today was not there. So it was a different realm of creativity. You had to use your hands a lot. You had to create, you had to make these mood boards, you had to do everything. So I think that it taught you so much that it's like it just goes into your soul, And then I think that as time went on, how we use technology, but when we have to actually describe a space or, show what we want, it's so important to kind of actually sketch it out yourself. So I think that, so this is a very deep-rooted journey for me, and I think that I have just begun. I feel like a child. I feel like I need to grow 10 folds more, and I feel I don't know anything. So I think that's another thing that I'm happy to keep learning and, growing. Yeah.
I was having too much fun listening to these anecdotes of yours. It's wonderful to see the journey, right, and listen to it. So thank you. My time's up, but I want to still put in one last question, and tell me, you've seen some of the most beautiful homes, celebrity homes. You have a beautiful home, and you've actually created some of them. Can you name a few that you have been particularly impressed by, and give a reason why you say that?
Honestly, I'm not going to take names.
Okay. Okay.
But I think that, homes that are, homes are not only about how beautiful they are. I feel homes they're like sponge. The people who live in them and the energy that they put out is what they absorb. So it's very important that when you do up your beautiful home, you have to keep at it and give it that love and give it that warmth on an everyday basis. And then the home thrives and it grows, So I think that design is diverse. Like you could have beach houses or mountain houses or, high-rise apartment on the 50th floor penthouses. So there are very different design philosophies and stories that can be known as beautiful, but the energy that goes into the heart of that home is what one should think about, according to me.
Sure. So the last one here is the future of the charcoal project. What is your vision? Where do you want to take it? You know, what's next for Suzanne Khan?
I think that I want to bring a lot of extremely very handcrafted product from many states of India back to modernizing the way I see it and kind of taking each state to a level that I think that could go into a global zone. So I think that I have a plan. This is just a little part of that plan, but I'm striving towards that plan slowly.
We're cheering for you. We want to see where this goes because we're sure you're going to do excellent at that. Thank you once again for joining our conclave.
Thank you so much.
And round of
Thank
applause
you.
for this wonderful
Thank
woman.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Suzanne Khan, once again, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for sharing such a rich range of anecdotes from your personal and professional journey alike. Thank you once again, Suzanne, and thank you, Rudrani. Thank you so much. All right. So we move on to another aspect of the evening that you've all been eagerly anticipating. We're going to shine the spotlight on a dynamic personality whose journey spans cinema, entrepreneurship, and meaningful philanthropy. So in this special conversation, we're going to explore a rising trend in Indian real estate, and that is growing consumer demand for high-value premium residences. And who better to share insights than someone who understands luxury, understands aspiration, and lifestyle at his core. So ladies and gentlemen, before I invite our very special guest on stage for a fireside chat, I'd like to treat you to a quick audio visual. Let's have a look.
इस गेम को मैं हमेशा के लिए बदलने वाला हूँ।
Healthcare Center for affected villagers. His commitment to social causes extends to empowering tribal children and women in more than 100,000 villages in India with education, telemedicine, and organic farming through Ekal Vidyalaya. Beyond the 64 wards across business, philanthropy, and cinema, he was the first and only Indian actor to be recognized on the Forbes 40 Under 40 Philanthropic Heroes list. An inspiration to many, his unwavering commitment to philanthropy has led to the conferral of an honorary doctorate recognizing his extraordinary contributions to society. Dr. Vivek Oberoi is a serial entrepreneur of Oberoi Family Office. His expertise from fundraising to strategic partnerships, has driven exponential growth for numerous companies, guiding
All right, in this riveting conversation, he's going to share his perspectives on how evolving consumer preferences are shaping the future of premium living spaces. In conversation with him, ever-engaging Rudrani Chattaraj, anchor at Zoom TV, who brings her sharp lens to this evolving narrative. With that, Vivek Oberoi and Rudrani, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Can we give a round of applause for this dynamic man?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I'm going to be very formal and say, Mr. Oberoi, thank you once again for doing this.
Doctor.
Sorry.
It's doctor.
Sorry, Dr. Oberoi.
If you're being formal.
Of course. Let me be very, very formal with you. But what you have created with B&W Developments, especially, making a breakthrough in ultra luxury premium residences, is incredible.
Thank you.
But I, of course, want to start right at the beginning. The transition from acting to this. And how many years it finally took for you to be this tycoon, this absolute businessman who's today being revered for his sharp businessman skills?
I think I'm not one to fall into the traps of monikers and pedestals. I believe if you are defining your purpose, and if your purpose is to create value, and that's what I tell all the young people who speak to me or ask me for advice, I'm like, if you want to be valued, you have to create value. In whichever way you decide. You could be in a non-profit space, you could be in real estate, you could be creating a startup, a technology company. But if you want to be valued, you have to create value. And to me, the journey has been a very interesting one. It's a journey of perspectives more than anything else. I think there comes a time in everybody's life when challenges are really, really high. You're fighting against something, and whether it's the time, whether it's fate, whether it's the system that you're up against, there's too many challenges and you start to get cynical. You start to get pessimistic. And in that moment, if you take a pause and if you say, okay, maybe this is just not my path. Maybe I have to create my own. If you try to take a positive, optimistic outlook, look at what you already have, because many times in chasing what we don't have, we forget what we already have. And it could be a talent, it could be yourself as an asset, it could start as simple as that. And that's what I did. I started to evolve, and I said, okay, I'm blessed. Out of millions and millions of people who want to be in my position, I'm already there. I'm already recognized as a global name. God has given me fame, glory, success, wealth. But if I compare myself to those top 10, top 20 people who are above me in the ranking, and I'm chasing that all the time, I'll never feel fulfilled. I'll never feel like a success. I'll always feel like I'm chasing, I'm not good enough. So I stopped that. I think rat races should be for rats. I say a prayer every day, and I teach my children that. My children are 12 and 10 now. You haven't seen them, Rudrani.
I know.
I tell them, just tell yourself a prayer every day, which is every day, in every way, I'm getting better and better. And if that could be the mantra of life for everybody, you stop really competing at a personal level. Compete at a professional level, that's okay. You're competing with another company, but when it stops getting personal, when you stop getting wound up around it, you're able to open up and receive more. And that's what I did. I started with an evolution. I went into real estate, started small, built my base here in India, learned a lot of things. And I think if you learn to do business in India, if you learn to drive in India, you can do both anywhere else in the world.
Well said. But we're very, very proud of you.
Thank you.
Before I get more into that journey and discuss it, let me first ask you, how do you look at the definition of premium residences, keeping in mind, of course, the expectations of the consumers today? Do you see the buyers asking you for exclusivity, for more creativity, for more luxury and craftsmanship? How do you look at that conversation?
I think, Rudrani, when you're using the word premium, a reflection of that is straight in terms of price. That premium means, okay, this is more expensive, this is price. But if you don't look at it in the traditional thought process and aspect, and I've done this across not only my real estate company at B&W Developments, but a jewelry company at Solitario, at multiple stages. If you look at it as aspiration, if you just replace the word premium with aspiration, and then you start to define your TG, if you start to define who am I selling it to, then I think automatically you build a connect, you build a stakeholdership, you build a brand, not a trend. And there's a big difference between the two. Building a trend is easy but short-lived. Building a brand and sustaining that, for that you require stakeholdership, you require belief, you require somebody who's buying in to buy into something that's an aspiration to them. I think that's how premium should be defined. So if you identify UAE real estate, what is the aspiration there? To live better, to create a holistic environment for the family. It's a desert environment, so if you can bring biophilia, if you can bring something that's more green, you can bring a sense of water, how much nicer does a person feel coming back home? Is it a refuge in a fast city? Safety, security, all those things are a given there. So what else can you add in terms of value? And how can you create that sense of convenience and sense of stakeholdership in a community for people who are living there? But then you have the flip side. You have an investor who doesn't live there, who doesn't intend to live there. Like B&W, we have now, 17,000 brokers selling our real estate in 82 countries. And not everybody lives locally. So people are buying from 82 different countries from an investment mindset. So then that aspiration has to be to plug that investment approach. What is the sense of security you can give them? What is the sense of growth? What is the confidence you can give them in what is perceived as a cyclical market? What is a good value in terms of capital appreciation, but also value accretion through rental yield? How easy is that rental yield for them? What are the pain points not living there for them to generate that revenue stream? If you can solve for all of those, you're solving for that TG. So you have to pick your TG, understand the aspiration of the TG, and then say, this is the bridge to your aspiration. That's when they start creating stakeholdership. That's when they buy the first time for whatever their objective is. But when they come back to you again and again and again, you know you're winning. Because the same buyer is now saying, I want one more. I want to come and be a part of your next project. I had a good experience with the first one. That is buying into a brand. That is the building of a brand through that stakeholdership and through that community of investors.
Your real estate ventures, of course, focus on this ultra luxury premium residences, right? How do you think AI is transforming this premium real estate landscape? Maybe from smart homes to also, predicting market analytics and all of that. So how do you think is the AI impact in all of this?
I think we're beginning to just scratch the surface of AI. AI is phenomenally overwhelming in terms of its impact on every angle of the business. Yes, the obvious, let's, use AI for a smart home and create this really cool gizmo-like experience, high-tech home. We do that. That's not a difficult entry barrier. AI going into analytics, again, not a difficult entry barrier because algorithms were doing it earlier. AI are doing it more live, immediate. The feedback loop is a lot faster. The depth is a lot sharper. But I think where AI can be creating a phenomenal impact is in operational efficiencies. So I'll give you two examples. One is we like to create a 5D BIM, which is like a digital twin for all our projects because they're ultra luxury. We don't want any issues coming later. We don't want to say, oh, now there's a problem during construction or post-construction with the HVAC, with the cooling systems, with the MEP, there's a nightmare. We have to break this, we have to do that, we have to fix the lobby now. We don't want to do that. We want to be able to create something that goes without issues for decades. And if there are issues, easy to identify, quick to solve, right? That's what people want to pay for in ultra-luxury experience. So today, that 5D BIM technology has a lot of manual inputs. I've just met a company that is replacing all of that with AI. So now I don't need to go in through really expensive, manual labor intense, number of hours. So what 5D BIM does for me is, if I'm making something and I want to put a carpet here, I put the data input, it tells me how much carpet I need, what the cost of that carpet will be. But if I want to put marble here, it will tell me how much marble, what the load of that marble will be on the entire building. It will give me every single data stat that normally consultants would take weeks, maybe months to get back to you on. Now, if I do that in AI, that's almost happening live. I'm working with somebody on a technology right now. It's a part of my portfolio. I'm investing in a company right now which is going from an architectural drawing to an AutoCAD seamlessly through AI. And then from there into a digital twin of the building seamlessly. So you can address so many issues, change, fix, understand financial estimates live. You can eventually, the aim is that if I'm a home buyer and whether I want to do just interior or whether I want to build my own home, I should be able to use or access something like this and get answers where now an architect's time, services are limited. Therefore, I'm not chasing a professional saying, "Yaar, mera kaam nahi hua, yaar, biwi daant rahi hai, abhi tak ghar nahi bana, yaar, rent bhar raha hu." You don't have to go through that process because you know and you can fix timelines and efficiency a lot more. A second case, I'm working with a young, bright mind. His name is Aryaman Sindhya. Brilliant kid. I've been evaluating his technology, his AI company. Now, he is bringing in an AI sales force that can pick up the phone specific to somebody like me and answer any one of the 82 countries that I serve in any language 24/7 with data live. If they ask any question that goes beyond the scope of what I train my sales force to answer, with all the human element of errors, it goes beyond that scope, is fed not on generic LLMs, but fed exactly with the data and information based on veracity, verifiable data that I feed the AI. So suddenly you have something that works 24/7 for you, can pick up a call, receive it, ask you, would you like to speak to me in English? Would you like to speak to me in Japanese, Chinese? Answer your questions in detail. Can tell you today what the transaction value in the neighborhood was right now. Well, today at 6 p.m., this was the transaction that happened and was registered on the system. So that kind of AI then further hunts a human representative, says, this is my analysis. Now, what is that analysis based on? It can even dive not just into keywords, but through keywords, understand the emotional context of the person speaking. Are they just fishing? Are they looking to buy? Are they looking to buy urgently? Stuff that you would have to train people over years to assess over a phone call, that should I chase this lead or not, is happening in seconds live. Now, these are the kind of game changers that we're trying to be early adopters to in AI. There's tokenization of real estate, which again will have blockchain, but also AI integration. So I think that's the future of real estate, and I hope it comes to India soon too.
Oh my God. Wow. Okay. Everybody now knows that you're so deeply involved in luxury real estate. You're the right person to ask this question. What are the trends you foresee?
I'm deeply involved in everything I do.
That is true. That is true as well.
I've been deeply involved for 15 years in my marriage also.
That is true. That is why you have a very, very successful marriage. That is there.
Having said that, with a lot of investors in the room here, there is one asset class that you guys are missing the shot on. Here's this wonderful girl that I've known for over a decade. How are you still single, Rudrani?
Please ignore him. He is thinking I will miss my questions so that he can distract me.
Truly appreciating asset, guys, all the single men in the room.
Please ignore Mr. Vivek Oberoi. He's known me for years. He likes doing this. He tries to embarrass. I'm not embarrassed at all. I'm very happy being single. But coming back to you, luxury real estate. Can you tell us the trends you foresee that are going to shape this Indian premium real estate market? Kind of finding the balance between opulence, aesthetics, and also functionality. Right. So what do you think are the trends that you kind of foresee?
I love the trends. I'm very bullish on the Indian premium real estate market. Having dabbled in affordable housing, having dabbled in second homes, gated communities in India that I've built, having dabbled in commercial real estate, when I assess the premium luxury or ultra luxury real estate market in India, the trends are very, very promising. You see, the way India's growth story is panning out, expendable income, per capita GDP growth, the kind of expendable income coming to the market of India and the consistent steady growth that we used to always crib about going up, look at where China is, look how far behind we are. But the way we've evolved and strengthened our economy, not just as a market for other global players, but for a market that enables our Indian companies innovation, technology, not just aping something, which was the early stages of it, that, okay, somebody's doing, a technology company in the US, let's copy paste that and do one in India with an Indian name. We've evolved from there a lot, right? Whether you look at defense technology, look at what we've achieved recently in terms of defending the nation, it's exceptional. So I think as an overall effect of that, there is a lot more push in terms of premium real estate because people in India, especially very house proud. House is not just a function. You're emotional about it, and I think that is what's going to drive people paying the kind of money that they do. When you hear transactions at DLF, when you hear transactions in South Mumbai, now even Juhu, and you hear those ticket sizes, you start hearing, okay, 100 crores was a big ticket size, and now you're hearing 700 crores, 600 crores, 400 crores. This, I think, will evolve even further. I see it in two categories, primary homes and secondary homes. I think India is now coming to a point where secondary homes will evolve. I've done a lot of secondary homes. I've done stuff, especially in Gujarat, where we've had a lot of success with it. But now people are willing to pay more for a better experience to say, okay, in the city, maybe what I really want is unaffordable. So let me be smart. Let me go outside the city, 2 hours drive, something practical, where I want to go and own a home. Goa used to be a place where people wanted to invest 50 lakhs, 1 crore, 1.5 crores. Today, Goan transactions are 15 crores, 20 crores, 25 crores, 30 crores. It's commonplace. So I think that's a great trend in terms of secondary homes. I feel that's going to be an eventually amazing market because we don't have in India, it's a social taboo to have a retirement community, old age home. In our minds, it's straight Vridhalaya, bad son, bad daughter, sending parents to an old age home. It's an emotional context that's very different from how you perceive it in Europe or America. But the minute you look at family home, which is outside the city, better air quality, organic food being grown right there in your garden, a lovely life, basic necessities, safety, security, healthcare nearby, the minute you create a community like that, you're creating tremendous value for people who don't have to live in the city. And you're creating an ecosystem or a place where families can meet, elders can stay longer, they have the option to come back home. So I think that is going to be the evolution of secondary homes beyond just a holiday home concept. It will start moving towards the primary home for a section of society. It will be that story where children have a weekend, chalo, 2 ghanta, let's drive to Dada Dadi's home, to Nana Nani's home, and let's have fun there. So I see that as an evolution if we're able to create that as a product in the market. I know I am trying. And the second aspect I'm looking at for Indian real estate is a concept of all-inclusive gated communities for people who don't have to have that degree of proximity to work or frequency to work, right? And I think people who've already achieved, they want that. They want that sense of having an option to go a little further out and to have an acre, to have a sprawling space, right? If you're able to build something in that space, I'm trying to do something, we're consolidating a very large bank, land bank in Pune, in a different company, in an Indian company of mine. I'm trying to do something in that space there. And if you can bring something thematic, like a beautiful location, that has either natural beauty, which takes you out of the urban jungle, the concrete jungles, or has spiritual beauty attached to it, then to bring spirituality or wellness as a theme, to bring in a global partner to come and manage that seamless experience with you. I think that the thematic expansion in secondary homes is going to be the next big thing, and it's going to be at large volumes.
I'm sitting here celebrating your success.
Thank you.
But I know that it's not easy to do what you do, right? Let's talk about the challenges that you faced early on. I'm sure now they don't look that bad, but there must have been.
There's always challenges, but the beauty of challenges is that if you make up your mind and you go to the other side of the challenge, it converts into a learning. What it shouldn't convert to is arrogance. It shouldn't convert to arrogance because challenges are what teach you, and then you feel like you know it all, and that's when you misstep. That's when you don't take good advice. That's when you don't learn from somebody who is maybe less experienced than you are. But I'm a living testament to the fact that any input that I get from the junior most person around me, I consider it at least once. I consider it, check it in my head. I don't have to follow everything I hear. But you keep that as an exercise, a mental exercise to receive. Because the more successful you get, the less receptive you get. Oh, I know it, I've already done it. What are you're going to teach me? That is the misstep. That, to me, is the downfall. So I think challenges are a really great learning. And you can learn from your own challenges and you can learn from other people's challenges. And that's why I share. I share a lot because I want people to see if they resonate, if they're feeling depressed, if they're feeling down like I did at one point. And they hear something optimistic, they hear a different point of view, they hear a different perspective, they shift their thought process and they start working towards a solution. I think that's the beauty. This human mind, this machine that God has created, has this uniqueness for problem solving. I think that's what has differentiated man from all the other living creatures, the degree of problem solving that we're able to do. So challenges are what spur our growth. And I think that's what makes you not just more successful, but also a deeper person. You're not superficial when you face challenges. I have my dad to thank for that. I mean, I was born in a rich family. I was born in a bungalow in Juhu. I grew up there. I had 3 cars and 3 drivers sitting and waiting 24/7. But my dad told me, when you're going to college, well, here's your pocket money, take a bus, take the train, learn. And that taught me to appreciate life very differently. And if you use your privilege as a platform, that's okay. But if you use your privilege and feel entitled, that I'm privileged, therefore I'm entitled, I think that's where your growth gets stunted as a person and even in terms of as a professional or as a businessman. So that's what I try to tell people, that look, challenges will be there. I've faced a lot of them, and I've realized that if you're banging against a door that's locked, it's a waste of energy. Walk away, step back from that door, look around in the room, there are 10 other doors. Go see which one's open, move towards that direction and see what value you can add. You'll be received.
Unfortunately, my time is up, but I could listen to this articulate man for hours. Thank you. But before I let you go, any news for all your fans who are hoping that you have some interesting projects? I know there are some, but I will let you declare it. Because I know if I ask you, you'll be like, Abhi, baat nahi kar sakte. What can you talk about?
A
little bit.
I think this isn't the zone to talk about movies. There's actually 2 things I'd like to address that I should have earlier. Firstly, to all the people who have family in Gujarat who've lost their lives today, my prayers, my condolences to all of those souls that have been lost. And I think all of us should find a moment of solitude where we pray for those souls. Secondly, I think for me, since this is a forum where we're talking about success, real estate, investments, I think each of us has been trained to drive towards profit. But as a parting line, what I'd like to share as a thought with all of you in this room, all these really wonderful achievers in this room, is that my personal ethos has been that profit is for a quarter. Purpose is for life. So if we can move from profit towards purpose, the personal fulfillment that you feel when you're able to make something your purpose and not own it. Don't own the purpose. Let the purpose own you. I think if you can move from profit to purpose, begin that journey, it's not just about the money. You have to decide whether you want to just earn money or do you want to truly create wealth. Because money is transactional, it's only for you. But wealth is something that you create with people participating in it. I think that's the beauty of it, and that's why it's generational. So that's the last thoughts I'd like to leave you with.
And such lovely thoughts. Please, thank you so much once again, Dr. Vivek Oberoi. We will always cheer for you, and thank you so much for joining us.
Still single, still beautiful, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Rudrani. And wow, so many of us know Vivek Oberoi, the personality, and not necessarily Vivek Oberoi, the person, but that changed today. Thank you so much. And so I ask that you please remain on stage with us for a moment longer. We want to... All right, so sir, we will release Vivek Oberoi. We'll have you join us back in the audience, and we'll call you back in just a moment. So at this point, we want to re-acknowledge our sponsors in this effort before we have Vivek Oberoi back on stage. So, the ET Now .in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025 is powered by Onextel Communications Media. Our knowledge partner is Naredco. Our workspace partner is Office Banao. Our SM REIT partner is REPL. Our luxury gaming partner is Argmac. And our outdoor partner is Heights. And now with that, if I could please have Rohit Chadda, President and Chief Operating Officer of Times Network, back on stage to continue with the awards ceremony this evening. Rohit, if you could kindly join us on stage and doing the honors. Thank you so much. And our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is in the category Excellence in Design and Decor. And the winner for Excellence in Design and Decor is the Charcoal Project Hyderabad by Suzanne Khan. Suzanne, congratulations once again. Let's have you back on stage to accept this incredibly prestigious award and recognition from ETNow.in. A trailblazing moment to salute and celebrate all your achievements, Suzanne. It's an honor to have you join us and amongst us and continue to set new benchmarks for design. A special moment for us. And Suzanne, we wish you all the continued success. Thank you. With that, we move on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen, which is Iconic Real Estate Personality and Excellence in Celebrity-Driven Real Estate Development. And the award goes to Vivek Oberoi. Let's now have you back on stage, sir, to accept this honor, to be a part of this incredibly prestigious platform. It's a special moment for us, and this recognition is incredibly well deserved. What a rich range of insights that emerged from that fireside chat just moments ago. A side of Vivek Oberoi we perhaps have not seen before. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, and wish you all the very best. Rohit will kindly have you now join us back in the audience. If I could now have Pooja Sethi, who's the managing editor for Times Network Digital, back on stage to join us in presenting the remaining awards for the evening across an incredibly impressive lineup of categories. So Pooja Sethi, if we could kindly please have you on stage to present the next award. And she's the managing editor for Times Network Digital. Thank you, ma'am. And our next category this evening, ladies and gentlemen, is Excellence in Elevated Living. And the winner for this category, Excellence in Elevated Living, ladies and gentlemen, is Better Choice Realtors Private Limited, Vanya City. Congratulations and a huge round of applause, please. So Mr. Ajay Tyagi serves as the Chief Sales Officer, India and International Markets at Better Choice Realtors Private Limited. With a proven track record in business turnarounds, he specializes in building high-performance sales teams, crafting winning go-to-market strategies, and leading large-scale distribution networks across geographies. Congratulations once again, sir, on this very special honor. Congratulations once again to Better Choice Realtors Private Limited for excellence in elevated living. And we now move on to our next category, which is excellence in real estate consultancy and innovation. And the award goes to Justo Realtech Private Limited. So, ladies and gentlemen, Pushpa Mitra Das, fondly called Pushp, who couldn't join us, unfortunately, is the chairman and the managing director of Justo Real Fintech Limited, India's youngest and fastest growing mandate-driven real estate knowledge partner. A dynamic and visionary change leader, he's taken Justo to unprecedented heights in just 5 years, making it the first mandate company in India to file for an IPO, setting new benchmarks in discipline, transparency, and performance, and reshaping the very fabric of Indian real estate. And as you'll see, the director of commercial for Justo Real Fintech Private Limited, Praveen Apte, now joins us on stage to accept this honor. And now we move on to excellence in townships, 50 to 250 acres. And the winner is Abhay Infra Golfers Avenue. Huge round of applause, please. Mr. Raj Mehta, we could kindly have you on stage. He's a visionary leader from Abhay Infra, the force behind Golf Avenue, a landmark ultra-luxury residential project that is redefining excellence in the heart of Lucknow. A blend of modern architecture and serene golf-side living, Golf Avenue is setting new benchmarks for premium lifestyle experiences. And from there, we move on to excellence in luxury second home. And in the category excellence in luxury second home, the winner is La Sunila Developers, La Sunila Suites. La Sunila Developers, also known as LSD, is setting a benchmark in premium second homes in Goa. Their unwavering commitment to design, comfort, and lifestyle has truly redefined the meaning of luxury. And Gaurav Sapra and Pranay Dadwal now join us to accept this honor from La Sunila Developers. Congratulations, gentlemen, once again. And we now move on to our next category, which is a Client Experience Leader Real Estate. And the winner in this category, Client Experience Leader Real Estate, is Wealth Choice Infratech. So Mr. Shyam Sharma, the founder of Wealth Choice Infratech Private Limited, if we could please have you on stage. He's a trusted name for ethical entrepreneurship and investor-first values. A very special honor, if we could please have you on stage, sir, to accept this recognition. All right, we'll move on. We'll move on to Excellence in Villa Project of the Year, Non-Metro. And the winner in this category is Lohia Workspace, Lohia 1. So they're not just building homes, ladies and gentlemen, they are reshaping lifestyles, bringing innovation and vision to residences in non-metro cities like never before. Their commitment to excellence is setting new benchmarks, redefining what it means to live beyond the skyline. So huge round of applause for Lohia Workspace. Congratulations once again on this prestigious honor and this special milestone. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to excellence in airport landscape. And the winner is Design Accord Consultants, Kemp Gowda Airport Terminal 2, Bangalore. So, Madhup Mazumdar, of course, for excellence in airport landscape, is a visionary behind the Bangalore Airport's Terminal 2, hailed by UNESCO as one of the world's most beautiful. His work blends ecological brilliance with design, featuring 7,700 trees, a recreated forest, and Asia's longest green wall. So a huge round of applause for the team at Design Accord Consultants for excellence in airport landscape. All right. And with that, we move on, ladies and gentlemen, to excellence in emerging realty brand of the year. And the winner in this category, ladies and gentlemen, all right, excellence in emerging realty brand of the year is Aspect Realty. So Mumbai-based Aspect Realty under Aspect Global Ventures and led by Aksha Kamboj specializes in premium residential, commercial and hospitality projects. So we're honoring them with Excellence in Emerging Realty Brand of the Year for their iconic 57-story tower, Shivam, and their impactful SRA initiatives, marking them as a rising force in real estate. Aspect Realty, ladies and gentlemen, if we could please have them on stage. Congratulations once again. All right. Excellence in Emerging Realty Brand of the Year. And we now move on to Leading Township of the Year. That's our next category this evening at the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. And the winner is Central Park Flower Valley. And receiving the award on behalf of Ankush Kaul is Saurav from the Central Park team. Congratulations once again. Ankush Kaul unfortunately couldn't be here. He's the President of Sales and Marketing and CRM at Central Park. A huge round of applause, please, nonetheless, for Leading Township of the Year. All right, we move on to Design Excellence in Luxury Homes, and the winner is BPTP Amstoria Verti Greens. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. BPTP Amstoria Verti Greens stands at the pinnacle of design excellence in luxury homes, and it is reimagining upscale living, where cutting-edge architecture, redefined aesthetics, and flawless craftsmanship are all coming together. Congratulations once again, sir, on a special moment, a special milestone. And with that, we move on to Excellence and Luxury Real Estate Prime Location category. And the winner is ATS, for ATS Picturesque Reprieves. So let's please have the team on stage. The ATS Picturesque Reprieves offers premium residential apartments in Sector 152 along the Noida Expressway. They're designed for contemporary living, and it's surrounded by essential amenities and green landscapes while ensuring seamless connectivity, offering serene, eye-soothing views that create a perfect blend of comfort, convenience, and aesthetic charm. Congratulations once again. And we now move on to Excellence in Nature Integrated Luxury Residence. And the winner in this category, Excellence in Nature Integrated Luxury Residence, is ATS, for ATS Destinaire. So located next to the Miyawaki Forest, ATS Destinaire offers a rare closeness to nature. It's surrounded by over 50,000 naturally grown trees, and the project delivers up to 30 times better air quality, clearly making it a breath of fresh air. All right, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our next category, which is Emerging Interior Design Firm. And the winner in this category is ESI Design Studio. So if we could have the dynamic duo of Jinesh Sanghvi and Ekta Chadwa, visionaries, who seamlessly blend innovation with timeless design on stage. With a shared passion for storytelling through space, their collaborative work redefines architectural boundaries. Known for their intuitive approach and eye for detail, they bring each project to life with elegance and purpose. And we now move on to Excellence Innovative Developer of the Year. And the winner is Sharda Uptown. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rajiv Dhal, President, Sales and Marketing, and Mr. Siddhant Sharda, Director of Sharda Uptown Private Limited, are the visionary minds behind Sharda Uptown, which is a landmark commercial and residential project redefining growth in Greater Noida. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen. And our next category is CEO of the Year. And this goes to Adinath UR Homes, Mr. Gaurav Jain. If we could kindly please have you on stage, sir. Unfortunately, however, I'm told he wasn't able to come today, so if we can welcome Mr. Anish Dikshit, Associate Sales Director of Adinath UR Homes, to please accept the honor on his behalf. Congratulations once again. It's a very special one. CEO of the Year. And with that, we move on to Enterprise Workspace Brand of the Year. And a winner in this category, Enterprise Workspace Brand of the Year, is Office Space Solutions Limited. If we can please have the Office Space Solutions team on stage to accept the honor. Congratulations. On this milestone, we salute your accomplishments and your achievements. All right. Thank you once again and congratulations. Our next category, ladies and gentlemen, is Real Estate Lead Generation Platform of the Year. And the winner is REPP Tech. And they won for their cutting edge tech and incredible, very serious results. Thank you so much. Let's have the REPP Tech team on stage to accept the honor. ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025 salutes you. We celebrate your accomplishments. All right, and we move on to our next category, which is Excellence in Budget Segment Homes, up to 50 lakhs. And the winner is Shrivan Group. Could you please have the team on stage. Kolkata-based Shrivan Group is a diversified conglomerate with interests in real estate, QSR and EdTech. Committed to transparency and trust, they deliver quality spaces from homes to retail. And through its vlogging arm, Acres and Beyond, it's empowering audiences by exposing industry malpractices and educating them about real estate. Congratulations once again. And now we move on to Excellence in Luxury Interior Designing. And it goes to Ritu's Interiors, Pratima Singh. We could please have Pratima on stage. With over 22 years of excellence in innovation and luxury interior design, her work has redefined opulence across residential, commercial, and hospitality spaces. Recognized as one of the top 10 women leadership in interior design by Women Entrepreneur India, she exemplifies creative brilliance and visionary leadership. Tonight, we proudly present her with Excellence in Luxury Interior Designing Award. Moving on to fastest growing real estate developer in India. And it's Raymond Realty Limited, ladies and gentlemen. From the makers of Complete Man, they entered real estate in 2019, and they haven't looked back. With over 5,500 homes sold, 1,500 delivered, and projects worth 40,000 crores. They're rebuilding more than just homes, they're building trust. Their first project was delivered 2 years ahead of the RERA timeline, which is an incredible honor in and of itself. Raymond Realty, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to Women Business Leader of the Year 2025, and the winner is Dr. Renu Singh, Arise Group. Let's please have Dr. Renu Singh on stage to accept the honor. Again, Women Business Leader of the Year 2025. Congratulations. All right. And we now move on to our next category here at the ETNow.in Conclave 2025. Let's see. Excellence in Real Estate Consultancy. And the winner is Realty Assistant Private Limited. So if we could have Ankit Aditya Pradhan, founder and CEO of Realty Assistant Private Limited, on stage. He's been recognized among India's 40 under 40 for his bold ideas, his clear vision, and his grounded leadership. And he's redefining the future of Indian real estate. And on behalf of Mr. Pradhan, we have his colleague on stage who's going to receive the award. All right, we now move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, which is Excellence in Advisory in Real Estate segment. And the winner in this category, Excellence in Advisory in Real Estate segment, is Arthalab Services Private Limited. Pardon me. So Mr. Somdatta Basu, CEO of Arthalab Services Private Limited, is a dynamic entrepreneur. He's led the company to a 3-digit turnover in the year 2024-25 alone, with 70% profitability. And they are focused on the advisory of AA-rated corporates and real estate developers and have a massive track record with a 100% delivery rate. Arthalab Services Private Limited, Excellence in Advisory in Real Estate segment. Okay, congratulations once again, Mr. Basu. And now we move on to Emerging Brand of the Year. And the winner is, for Emerging Brand of the Year, Kriva Dr. Gautam Kanodia. Dr. Gautam Kanodia, founder of Kriva and Kanodia Group. If we could please have you on stage to accept this very special honor, sir. All right. Congratulations once again. Our heartiest congratulations. A proud moment. And with that, we move on to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, Most Promising Real Estate Brand. And the winner is SPJ Realty. So if we could have Mr. Mithul Jain, Managing Director of SPJ Group, come on stage and receive the award. Let's have you on stage, sir. Most promising real estate brand. All right, and from there we move on. Ladies and gentlemen, iconic development of the year. And in this category, iconic development of the year, the winner is Smart World Sky Arc. All right. And they are inspired by the architectural marvel of Marina Bay Sands. And this extraordinary project stunned everyone by selling out completely within just 36 hours of its launch. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Diksha Yadav on stage to accept this prestigious award on behalf of Smart World Developers. All right, congratulations once again, Ms. Yadav. And now we move on to Leading Developer of the Year. Once again, the winner for Leading Developer of the Year is Smart World, ladies and gentlemen. All right. This goes to a true trailblazer in the industry. Smart World developers with landmark projects such as Smart World Orchard, GEMS, 1DXP, The Addition, and SkyUp. They set new benchmarks and redefined excellence across the sector. So Anush Sharma now joins us on stage to accept this recognition on behalf of Smart World developers. Congratulations once again. All right, now we move on to excellence in outstanding sales leadership. And this one goes to, ladies and gentlemen, Vineet Davar, President Sales and Strategy of Elan Group. So if you could please have Vineet on stage to accept this honor, to accept this incredibly prestigious recognition. All right, next is India's most trusted real estate consultant. And the winner is BOP.in. If we could have the BOP.in team on stage. Their approach combines market intelligence, pricing strategy, and deep industry insights to help buyers, investors, and developers make informed decisions. So partnering with industry giants like Gore, Migsun, Godrej, Bhutani Group, Prestige, M3M, and also with international collaborations with Danube, Dasnak, bringing unparalleled expertise to every transaction there is. So Mr. Gaurav Mavi, co-founder of BOP.in, brings experience from prior roles at Better Option PopMart Private Limited. He holds an MBA in Finance and Marketing from the Indian Institute of Planning and Management with a robust skill set that includes real estate development, property management, real estate transactions, investment properties, and more. And with that, we move on to our next category, India's largest custom home construction company. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Brick and Bolt. So Brick and Bolt is India's #1 tech-enabled construction company with operations across over 10 cities, over 7,000 homes delivered, and over 470 quality checks in every project. They're setting new benchmarks in residential construction. And now we move on to excellence in creative and digital marketing in real estate. And the winner in this category is GFT Technologies, Mr. Satish Singh. Please, we could have Mr. Satish Singh on stage from the GFT team to accept this very special honor. Congratulations once again, sir. And this is, of course, India's largest custom. Congratulations, the winner in Excellence in Creative and Digital Marketing in Real Estate. And now we move on to Excellence in Residential Interior Design. And the winner is Sila's Interiors, Moiz Sailawala. If we can have Moiz join us on stage, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to present him. And here he brings the brilliance and the innovative principal designer of Sila's Interior Designing Studio, which is based on the vibrant city of Mumbai, Maharashtra. So he's renowned for his cutting-edge designs and his visionary aesthetics. And Mr. Sailawala is redefining residential interiors, setting new benchmarks in style and sophistication. Just a handful of awards remain. We'll move on to our next one, which is Empowering Dreams with Affordable Plots. And the winner in this category, ladies and gentlemen, is BSRB Buyer Times Infra Private Limited. Yashwanta Lok. All right, so Mr. Lok's dedication to making land ownership accessible has transformed countless lives and brought hope to aspiring homeowners across the region. Again, ladies and gentlemen, BSRB Buyer Times Infra Private Limited, empowering dreams with affordable plots. Next, we move on to excellence in super luxury home. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, excellence in super luxury home, County Group. So with a commitment to unmatched quality, innovation, and grandeur, they've set new benchmarks in ultra luxury living. Congratulations on this outstanding achievement in the world of elite real estate. All right, excellence in super luxury home. Congratulations once again. And now we move on to Developer of the Year Luxury segment. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Conscient Infrastructure Private Limited. So we want to welcome Mr. Rohit Agarwal, Business Development Head at Conscient Infrastructure Private Limited, as Developer of the Year Luxury segment. His vision and excellence has redefined luxury living, making a significant mark in premium real estate. Congratulations on this achievement. All right, up next, excellence in public-private collaboration in real estate. And the winner is Mohit Goyal, Managing Director of Omax Limited and founder of Be Together. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Mohit Goyal, Managing Director of Omax Limited, who is a visionary that's reshaping India's urban landscape through PPP-led developments and strategic ventures. While he couldn't join us today, Ms. Neha Nagpal, Head of Corporate Communications, is receiving the award on his behalf. So let's celebrate his inspiring leadership. Okay, now we move on to Luxury Interior Design Project Award. And the winner is, ladies and gentlemen, Ganga Realty, Nandaka 84. All right, congratulations. And receiving the award is Mr. Vikas Garg and Mr. Neeraj K. Mishra from its leadership team. Congratulations once again. This is Luxury Interior Design Project Award, and it goes to Ganga Realty for Nandaka 84. And now we move on to our most trusted real estate brand of the year. And in this category, most trusted real estate brand of the year, the winner is HCBS Group. So if you could please have the team on stage to accept this honor. Congratulations once again. It is deeply deserved. Most trusted real estate brand of the year, ladies and gentlemen. All right, and we now move on to Client Experience Leader Real Estate. The winner is Wealth Choice Infratech. So Mr. Shyam Sharma, who's the founder of Wealth Choice Infratech Private Limited, is a trusted name, known for ethical entrepreneurship and investor-first values. Congratulations once again, Shyam, for this special honor. The category is Client Experience Leader Real Estate, Wealth Choice Infratech. Okay, now for excellence in luxury development, architecture and interiors, if we could please have Nima on stage. The winners in this category, huge congratulations. It's a very special honor. We invite the whole team on stage. Congratulations for winning this highly coveted category at the etnow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. Round of applause for the NEMA team, please. Thank you once again, and our congratulations to the entire NEMA team. We wish you all the continued success. And with that, Pooja, I ask that you please remain on stage with us as we now know and acknowledge ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards stems from a collaborative effort. So Pooja, I'd like for you to acknowledge each one of our sponsors individually. So let's start with our powered by sponsor, okay, Onextel Communications Media. Let's please have them on stage to accept our token of our recognition, our gratitude, a symbol of our thanks. And with that, we'll move on to our next sponsor in the lineup. If Onextel Communication Media is not with us, shall we move on? All right. So our knowledge partner, Naredco. Is the Naredco team? Okay. Onextel, let's kindly please have you on stage. And thank you, Pooja. Pooja Sethi, let's ask you to please do the honors of acknowledging our powered by partner this evening. Thank you once again to the Onextel Communication Media team. All right, and now we move on to our knowledge partner. We'd also like to individually acknowledge Naredco. Let's have the Naredco team on stage. All right, we'll now move on to our workspace partner, Office Banao. Can we have representatives from Office Banao on stage? I see them in the back at their booth, and they're making their way to the stage. This is the Office Banao team. It's a deeply deserved honor, and we thank you. All right, and we now move on to our SM REIT partner. We want to acknowledge them again. REPL, let's please have the REPL team on stage to accept this honor, to accept this recognition, and a token of our thanks. Okay, let's move on to our luxury gaming partner, ArgMac. If ArgMac's in the room, we'll kindly please have you on stage. All right, acknowledging our luxury gaming partner once again, ArgMac. Thank you for being a part of the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. All right, and lastly, we'd like to acknowledge our outdoor partner. Our outdoor partner at the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025 is Heights. So if we could please have the Heights team on stage. Thank you once again to the Heights team and all of our sponsors for the support that they lend. It is invaluable. And thank you, Pooja, for joining us in acknowledging the entire team of sponsors here at the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap this incredible day of insights, ideas, and inspiration, a heartfelt thank to all of our speakers, to all of our partners, to all of our panelists, and of course you, the audience, for being a part of the ETNow.in Realty Conclave and Awards 2025. Let's continue to together shape the future of Indian real estate. Until next time, stay inspired, stay visionary. Thank you and good night.